You should definitely know these facts because they are very important history. 100 facts about ancient cats. Please let us know in the comments where you are watching this history video and what time you are watching it, and be sure to subscribe to the channel for future videos. In the shadowed valleys and sun-baked plains where humanity first planted seeds and stored grain, the story of the ancient cat begins not with ceremony or temple, but with quiet necessity and the patient cunning of a hunter born of the wild. Long before the pyramids rose along the Nile or the walls of Babylon towered, wild cats of the species Felis sylvestris libica prowled the Fertile Crescent, that arc of rich land curving from the eastern Mediterranean through the valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates. These sleek, sandy-coated predators, larger and more robust than many modern domestic breeds, were drawn irresistibly to the first human settlements around 12,000 years ago. Fact 1. The ancient cat's journey into our world started when early farmers harvested wild grains, attracting hordes of mice and rats that devoured the precious stores. The wild cats followed the rodents, slipping into granaries and villages under cover of night, where their natural skill at ambush made them unwitting allies to the people who guarded those same stores. Fact 2 reveals the mutual pact that sealed their fate. Humans tolerated, even encouraged, these feline intruders because a single cat could dispatch dozens of vermin in a single season, protecting not just food but the very foundation of settled life. In return, the cats found reliable meals without the dangers of open wilderness hunts against larger prey. This self-domestication unfolded gradually across generations in the Neolithic villages of what is now modern-day Turkey, Syria, and Iraq, where archaeological layers show cat bones mingled with human tools and pottery shards dating back to the 9th millennium before the Common Era. Fact 3. Unlike dogs, which were deliberately bred for hunting and guarding, cats entered human circles on their own terms, retaining much of their independence while learning to navigate the thresholds of mud-brick homes. By 9,500 years ago, this bond had deepened into something far more personal. Fact 4. On the island of Cyprus, far from the mainland wildcat habitats, excavators uncovered a remarkable burial in a Neolithic settlement. There, beside the skeleton of a human adult, lay the carefully interred remains of a young cat, positioned with evident care and accompanied by offerings of shells and stone tools. This was no accidental find. The cat had been transported across the sea, a deliberate act proving that humans already valued these animals as companions worthy of eternal rest alongside their owners. Fact 5. Cyprus had no native wildcats, so this individual must have been captured or tamed on the mainland and carried by boat, marking the earliest clear evidence of cats as transported pets in the ancient world. From these humble beginnings, the ancient cat spread steadily along trade routes and river valleys. Fact 6. By the 6th millennium before the Common Era, feline remains appear in the archaeological record of the Levant and Anatolia, their bones showing subtle changes, slightly smaller jaws and more varied coat patterns, that hint at early selection for tamer individuals who tolerated human proximity. Fact 7. In the pre-dynastic villages of Upper Egypt around 4,500 years before the Common Era, similar wildcats of African stock, Felis libica, began to appear near the Nile's fertile floodplains, where abundant grain silos and teeming rodent populations created perfect hunting grounds. Fact 8 takes us into the heart of ancient Egypt, where the cat's destiny would be forever transformed. As the Nile Valley unified under the first pharaohs of the First Dynasty around 3,100 years before the Common Era, cats emerged as vital protectors. They patrolled the reed-lined fields and mud-brick storehouses, striking down venomous cobras that threatened barefoot workers, lunging at scorpions that hid in granaries, and decimating the mouse armies that could ruin an entire harvest overnight. Fact 9. Tomb reliefs and ivory carvings from the reign of King Den show feline figures alongside royal symbols, indicating that even the earliest pharaohs recognized the cat's role in safeguarding the divine order of Maat, the balance that sustained the kingdom. Fact 10. The goddess Maftit, one of the earliest feline deities, embodied this protective fury. Depicted with the head of a cheetah or leopard and the body of a woman, Maftit was invoked as the guardian of the pharaoh's bedchamber against serpents and evil spirits as early as the First Dynasty. Her name meant the runner, evoking the cat's lightning speed, and priests chanted her spells to ensure safe sleep for the ruler who was both god and man. Fact 11. Under subsequent dynasties, Maftit's cult merged with emerging feline imagery, paving the way for deeper reverence. As the Old Kingdom flourished around 2600 years before the Common Era, cats appeared in everyday royal life. Fact 12. A wall painting in the 5th Dynasty Mastaba tomb at Saqqara depicts a small cat wearing a collar, seated calmly in the pharaoh's private quarters, proof that tame individuals had entered the innermost circles of power. Fact 13. These early domestic cats were prized not only for pest control but for their grace. Their sleek forms and luminous eyes were seen as reflections of divine beauty, capable of warding off chaos simply by their presence. Fact 14. Skeletal evidence from elite burials of the 11th and 12th dynasties shows cats interred with milk vessels and fish bones, indicating they were fed and mourned like family members. In one tomb at el-Kab dating to the early 2nd millennium before the Common Era, 17 cat skeletons were found carefully arranged, each accompanied by small pots of milk, clear signs of ritual care even in death. Fact 15. By the Middle Kingdom, cat-shaped amulets of faience and carnelian were worn by both nobles and commoners, believed to channel protective magic against illness and misfortune. The New Kingdom, beginning around 1550 years before the Common Era, marked an explosion in the cat's cultural prominence. Fact 16. Vibrant tomb paintings in the Theban necropolis, such as those in the tomb of Nebamun, show cats in domestic bliss, perched beneath elegant chairs, nibbling fish from their owners' plates or joining hunting expeditions in the marshes. In Nebamun's famous fowling scene, a sleek cat leaps amid the reeds, clutching 3 birds in its claws and jaws while the nobleman spears fish nearby. The cat's eye is even highlighted with gold leaf, the only such embellishment known in Theban art, underscoring its elevated status. Fact 17. These scenes were not mere decoration. They ensured that in the afterlife, the deceased would continue to enjoy the companionship and protection of their feline guardians. Fact 18. Cats were depicted accompanying their owners on fowling trips, retrieving birds with the same precision they used against household pests, blending utility with companionship in the eternal realm. Fact 19. Royal women in particular favored cats. Princesses and queens were shown with kittens playing at their feet, symbolizing fertility and maternal grace, qualities the Egyptians cherished deeply. Fact 20. The ancient Egyptians recognized multiple feline deities, each reflecting different aspects of the cat's nature. While Maftit guarded the pharaoh, the lioness-headed Sekhmet represented raw power and the sun's destructive heat, sent by Ra to punish humanity but later pacified into a protector against disease. Fact 21. Sekhmet's temples housed live lions and, by extension, smaller cats as living embodiments of her fury and mercy. Fact 22. Yet it was Bastet, daughter of Ra and Isis, who would become the most beloved feline divinity. Initially portrayed as a fierce lioness in the 2nd Dynasty, Bastet evolved by the New Kingdom into a gentle domestic cat, often shown as a woman with a cat's head nursing kittens or holding a sistrum rattle. Fact 23. Bastet's primary temple at Bubastis in the eastern delta grew from a modest shrine into a magnificent complex under the pharaohs of the 22nd Dynasty. Fact 24. During the reign of Asorkin II around 900 years before the Common Era, a grand festival hall was added, where thousands gathered annually to honor her with music, dance, and offerings. Fact 25. Herodotus, writing centuries later but drawing on eyewitness accounts of enduring traditions, described the Bubastis festival as the largest in Egypt, attended by hundreds of thousands who traveled by boat along the Nile, singing and clapping in joyous procession. Fact 26. In daily life, every Egyptian household aspired to keep at least one cat. They roamed freely through homes of mud, brick, and reed, sleeping in the shade of acacia trees or atop woven mats, their presence a living charm against the ever-present threats of scorpions and rodents. Fact 27. Mothers placed cat amulets around the necks of infants to invoke Bastit's protection during childbirth and infancy, for the goddess was also patron of fertility and safe delivery. Fact 28. Even the pharaohs elevated cats to royal status. One crown prince of the 18th dynasty, Thutmose, had his beloved cat Tamu mummified and placed in a miniature limestone sarcophagus inscribed with prayers for her afterlife journey. Fact 29. The economy of ancient Egypt adapted to this reverence. Specialized breeders raised cats in temple precincts, feeding them fish from the Nile and milk from sacred herds, ensuring a steady supply for both household pets and ritual use. Fact 30. Artisans crafted thousands of bronze statues of seated cats with alert ears and golden rings, some hollow to hold the ashes of mummified remains, others solid and life-sized for temple altars. Fact 31. These statues were not toys but sacred objects. Touching one during festivals was believed to transfer Bastit's blessings of health and prosperity. Fact 32. Cats featured prominently in the Book of the Dead, the ancient Egyptian guide to the afterlife. In spell 17, a great cat is shown slicing through the serpent Apophis, the chaos monster who threatened Ra's solar bark each night. This cat represented Ra himself in his feline form, using claws and teeth to maintain cosmic order so that the sun might rise again. Fact 33. Vignettes in papyrus scrolls depict the deceased standing before judges while a cat-headed deity records the weighing of the heart, ensuring that only the worthy passed into the field of reeds. As the late period dawned around 664 years before the Common Era, the cult of Bastet reached its zenith. Fact 34. Vast catacombs were excavated beneath temples at Bubastis, Saqqara, and Beni Hassan, where tens of thousands of mummified cats were interred as votive offerings. Pilgrims from across the land purchased specially bred kittens, which were humanely killed, wrapped in linen bandages dyed in sacred colors, and adorned with painted faces and amulets before placement in wooden or bronze coffins shaped like cats. Fact 35. Radiographic studies of these mummies reveal that many were young animals under 2 years old, dispatched quickly by cervical dislocation or blunt trauma to the skull, a practice that, while shocking today, was seen as a holy act sending the cat's spirit directly to Bastet. Fact 36. The sheer scale of this industry is staggering. Excavations in the late 19th century at Beni Hassan uncovered over 200,000 animal mummies, the vast majority cats. Fact 37. At Saqqara's Bubastium, archaeologists found layered galleries filled with cat remains wrapped in intricate patterns, some with gilded ears and eyes of obsidian. Fact 38. These offerings were not random. Each mummy represented a prayer made flesh, a tangible connection between mortal supplicant and divine protector. Fact 39. Laws protected these sacred animals with the full force of pharaonic justice. Killing a cat, even accidentally, carried the penalty of death, enforced by priests and magistrates who viewed the act as an assault on the gods themselves. Fact 40. Foreign visitors noted with awe how Egyptians would shave their eyebrows in mourning when a household cat died, a sign of grief comparable to that for a family member. By the time of the 26th dynasty, cats had become living symbols of Egypt's prosperity and divine favor. Fact 41. Persian invaders under Cambyses II exploited this reverence in 525 years before the Common Era at the Battle of Pelusium. According to the strategist Polyaenus, the Persians drove cats and other sacred animals before their lines, forcing the Egyptian defenders to lay down weapons rather than risk harming the holy creatures. Fact 42, the city fell without major resistance, illustrating how deeply the ancient cat was woven into the military and spiritual defenses of the realm. Fact 43, even as foreign powers rose, the cat's role endured. In the Ptolemaic era following Alexander the Great's conquest, Greek rulers adopted Egyptian customs, blending Bastet with their own Artemis and Isis. Fact 44, temples continued to breed and mummify cats, and cat amulets circulated widely across the Mediterranean through trade. This brings us to the threshold of the cat's expansion beyond the Nile Valley, where its ancient story would entwine with new civilizations eager to adopt its grace and utility. The foundations laid in the pre-dynastic villages and pharaonic courts would carry the ancient cat across seas and deserts, into the hearts and homes of peoples who had never before known its quiet power. This brings us to the threshold of the cat's expansion beyond the Nile Valley, where its ancient story would entwine with new civilizations eager to adopt its grace and utility. The foundations laid in the pre-dynastic villages and pharaonic courts would carry the ancient cat across seas and deserts, into the hearts and homes of peoples who had never before known its quiet power. Fact 45. The Phoenician mariners of the Levant became the first great carriers of the ancient cat beyond Egyptian borders. These seafaring traders, operating from bustling ports like Tyre and Sidon around the 12th century before the Common Era, defied strict pharaonic edicts against exporting sacred felines by smuggling young cats aboard their cedar wood galleys. Hidden in woven baskets among cargoes of purple dye, glass beads, and timber, the cats patrolled the ship's holds, devouring rats that threatened precious grain stores and leather goods during long Mediterranean voyages. Fact 46. Archaeological traces confirm this maritime spread. Cat bones unearthed at Phoenician trading posts on Cyprus and along the Syrian coast show genetic markers linking them directly to the African wildcat lineage already domesticated in the Nile Valley. Fact 47. By the late 2nd millennium before the Common Era, these same traders introduced tame cats to the Minoan palaces of Crete, where frescoes in the Palace of Knossos depict slender felines stalking birds in lush garden scenes, their lithe bodies rendered in vibrant ochre and black pigments that captured the animal's natural agility. Fact 48. The Minoans, masters of maritime trade themselves, quickly recognized the cat's value aboard their swift vessels that plied routes to Egypt and the Aegean islands. Fact 49. Cat remains recovered from Minoan villas at Akrotiri on Thera, buried under volcanic ash around 1600 years before the Common Era, include complete skeletons curled near storage jars, proving the animals lived as shipboard companions and palace guardians centuries before widespread adoption elsewhere in Europe. As the Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age, the ancient cat reached the mainland of Greece. Fact 50. Around the 6th century before the Common Era, Greek vase painters began including cats in red figure and black figure pottery, showing them perched on chairs in domestic interiors or leaping after mice in household scenes. Fact 51. These depictions marked the animal's arrival via Phoenician and Etruscan trade networks, yet the Greeks never elevated the cat to divine status as the Egyptians had done. Fact 52. Instead, Greek households relied primarily on weasels and polecats for rodent control, viewing the imported cat as an exotic curiosity rather than an essential guardian. Fact 53. Aristotle, in his monumental History of Animals compiled around 340 years before the Common Era, observed that female cats were naturally lecherous, noting their frequent mating calls and restless behavior during breeding seasons, an early scientific record of feline reproductive habits in the Mediterranean world. Fact 54. The philosopher also described how cats could be trained to hunt birds and small game, though he noted their independence made them less obedient than dogs. Fact 55. Plutarch, writing centuries later but drawing on long-standing traditions, praised the cat's meticulous cleanliness, observing that the animal would bury its waste and groom itself obsessively, qualities that endeared it to fastidious Greek households despite its limited practical role. Fact 56. In one surviving myth recorded by Antoninus Liberalis around the 2nd century before the Common Era, the goddess Artemis transformed herself into a cat to escape the monster Typhon, linking the animal subtly to the huntress deity and explaining why some rural shrines featured small cat figurines as votive offerings. Fact 57. Yet cats remained rare in classical Greece. The more common household hunter was the weasel, whose Greek name Gale sometimes led to confusion in later texts when cats finally proliferated. Fact 58. By the 4th century before the Common Era, cats had reached the Greek colonies of Magna Graecia in southern Italy. Silver coins minted in Tarentum and Rhegium around 450 years before the Common Era show charming scenes of boys teasing cats with balls of yarn or dangling birds, proving the animal had become a playful domestic companion among wealthy Greek settlers. The cat's story in the Roman world began with these same southern Italian outposts. Fact 59. As the Roman Republic expanded in the 3rd century before the Common Era, cats arrived in Rome proper through Etruscan and Greek intermediaries. Fact 60. Early Roman writers like Pliny the Elder in his Natural History completed in 77 of the Common Era provided the first detailed Roman descriptions of the cat's anatomy and habits, noting its eyes that gleam and shine in the dark and its ability to see in near total blackness. Fact 61. Pliny also recorded that cats could be used to drive away mice when their ashes were sprinkled in granaries, a curious magical remedy alongside more practical observations. Fact 62. Seneca, writing in the 1st century of the Common Era, mentioned young chickens fearing the cat more than the dog, confirming that the animal had become a familiar presence in Italian homes by the early imperial period. Fact 63. The agricultural writer Palladius, active around 350 of the Common Era, was the first Roman author to use the word catus in surviving literature, recommending cats specifically for protecting artichoke beds from moles, a practical farming application that showed how the animal's utility had expanded beyond simple pest control. Fact 64. Roman mosaics from Pompeii and Herculaneum, preserved by the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 of the Common Era, include rare but unmistakable images of cats stalking prey or resting beside dining couches, their spotted coats rendered in tiny colored tesserae. Fact 65. Unlike the Egyptians, Romans never passed laws protecting cats with the penalty of death, but they valued them highly enough to include them in household shrines dedicated to the Lares, the guardian spirits of the home. Fact 66. Wealthy Roman matrons kept pampered cats as lap animals, adorning their necks with small bells of bronze or silver whose tinkling warned birds and mice alike of the hunter's approach. Fact 67. Cat bones recovered from Roman villas across Britain, Gaul, and Germania show that legions and merchants carried the animals northward during the empire's expansion in the 1st and 2nd centuries of the Common Era. Fact 68. DNA analysis of these remains reveals 2 distinct waves: an earlier Neolithic introduction of Near Eastern cats via trade routes through the Balkans, followed by a major influx of Egyptian lineage cats during the height of Roman power around 2,000 years ago. Fact 69. In the Roman province of Egypt itself, after the conquest by Augustus in 30 years before the Common Era, the old cult of Bastet continued under new rulers, but cats now served double duty as temple offerings and practical shipboard guardians for the grain fleets that fed the city of Rome. Fact 70. Roman soldiers stationed along the Nile wrote letters home describing how local cats would follow army supply trains, keeping the camps free of scorpions and serpents. As Roman influence spread eastward, the ancient cat encountered cultures that had their own early feline traditions. Fact 71. In ancient Mesopotamia, where the story of human-feline partnership had first begun in Neolithic villages along the Tigris and Euphrates, domestic cats reappeared in greater numbers during the Neo-Babylonian period around 600 years before the Common Era. Fact 72. Clay tablets from the reign of Nebuchadnezzar II mention little lions kept in temple precincts to protect sacred stores, and a single surviving relief from Nineveh shows a cat sitting calmly beside a scribe's stylus and tablet. Fact 73. The Babylonian world map inscribed on a clay tablet from the 6th century before the Common Era even includes the domestic cat as the only household animal listed among the creatures of creation, underscoring its unique place in Mesopotamian cosmology. Fact 74. Persian conquerors who absorbed Babylonian lands around 539 years before the Common Era brought their own legends of the cat. One ancient tale claimed that the hero Rustem, after saving a magician from thieves, received a kitten magically formed from smoke, fire, and starlight as a gift of gratitude, a story that portrayed cats as embodiments of loyalty and otherworldly power. Fact 75. Zoroastrian texts from the Achaemenid Empire praised the cat for destroying the creatures of Ahriman, the evil spirit, because it killed snakes, scorpions, and rodents that threatened the purity of fire and water. Fact 76. Persian nobles kept cats in their gardens at Persepolis, where carved reliefs occasionally show small felines among the floral motifs, symbolizing the triumph of order over chaos. Fact 77. When Alexander the Great's armies marched through Persia and into India in 326 years before the Common Era, they carried Egyptian and Greek cats with them, introducing the animal to new Eastern territories. Fact 78. Early Buddhist and Jain texts from the Mauryan period mention Marjara, the Sanskrit word for cat, describing how these creatures protected monasteries from mice that might nibble sacred palm leaf manuscripts. Fact 79. In the courts of the Kushan Empire around the 1st century of the Common Era, cats appear in ivory carvings and wall paintings as elegant companions to princes, their sleek forms mirroring the graceful dancers and musicians depicted alongside them. Fact 80. Archaeological finds at Taxila reveal cat bones alongside Roman glass beads and Indian spices, proving that the ancient cat traveled the early Silk Road routes as both pet and protector of caravan goods. Fact 81. Further east, in the Han Dynasty courts of China around the 2nd century before the Common Era, cats arrived via overland traders from Central Asia, where they were valued for guarding silk warehouses from rats that could destroy the precious fabric. Fact 82. Chinese records from the period note that a single cat could save an entire season's harvest of grain and dried fruits, leading imperial officials to establish breeding programs in frontier outposts. Fact 83. By the time of the later Han, around 100 years of the Common Era, cats had become symbols of scholarly diligence. Students kept them in study rooms to prevent mice from gnawing through bamboo scrolls containing the Confucian classics. Fact 84. Small bronze figurines of seated cats with alert ears were placed on scholars' desks as talismans for clear thinking and protection against distraction. Fact 85. In the ancient kingdom of Funan in Southeast Asia, around the 2nd century of the Common Era, Indian and Chinese traders introduced cats that quickly adapted to the tropical climate, patrolling the wooden stilt houses and rice paddies where they controlled the swarms of rodents drawn to flooded fields. Fact 86. Local legends recorded on stone inscriptions describe the cat as a gift from the sea gods, sent to guard the prosperity of riverine trading ports. This steady eastward and westward expansion of the ancient cat, carried by traders, soldiers, scholars, and farmers, created a vast network of feline guardians whose quiet presence supported the growth of empires and the flow of commerce across 3 continents. The same independent spirit that had once drawn wildcats to Neolithic granaries now allowed them to thrive in palaces, temples, ships, and caravanserais from the Atlantic shores to the edges of the known world. This steady eastward and westward expansion of the ancient cat, carried by traders, soldiers, scholars, and farmers, created a vast network of feline guardians whose quiet presence supported the growth of empires and the flow of commerce across 3 continents. The same independent spirit that had once drawn wildcats to Neolithic granaries now allowed them to thrive in palaces, temples, ships, and caravanserais from the Atlantic shores to the edges of the known world. Fact 87. Within the ancient Indian subcontinent, the cat's deeper integration is first attested in the urban centers of the Harappan civilization around 2,500 years before the Common Era, where skeletal remains recovered from the meticulously planned cities of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa show small felines living inside the very same mud brick houses that housed the great granaries filled with barley and wheat. These cats patrolled the raised platforms and covered drains that protected the stored grain from seasonal floods and the constant threat of black rats that could ruin an entire season's harvest in a single night. Fact 88. The Harappan cats were not merely tolerated intruders. Their presence is reflected in the careful placement of their bones near storage jars and household altars, suggesting that the people of the Indus Valley already recognized the animal's role in maintaining the purity of food supplies essential to the survival of their sophisticated trade networks that stretched as far as Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf. Fact 89. As the Vedic period unfolded between 1500 and 500 years before the Common Era, the Sanskrit term, Marjora, began appearing in ritual descriptions within the Brahmanas and early Upanishads, where priests noted how these sleek hunters would circle the sacrificial fires at dawn and dusk, keeping away the mice that might nibble the sacred soma stalks or disturb the offerings laid out for the gods Agni and Indra. Fact 90. In the great Vedic households of the Gangetic Plains, cats were observed to possess an almost supernatural ability to move without sound through the tall grass surrounding the villages, which made them ideal guardians against the cobras and vipers that threatened barefoot children and the livestock pens where goats and cattle were kept. Fact 91. By the time of the Mauryan Empire under Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century before the Common Era, the cat had become a familiar sight in the royal stables and granaries of Pataliputra, where it protected the vast stores of rice and millet that fed the imperial armies and supported the vast network of rest houses built along the newly paved roads that connected the empire from the Hindu Kush to the eastern coast. Fact 92. Ashoka's rock edicts, while primarily focused on Buddhist dharma, contain indirect references in administrative records to the protection of small lions in the imperial storehouses, emphasizing that harming these animals was considered an offense against the natural order that the emperor sought to uphold across his vast domain. Fact 93. During the subsequent Gupta Empire from the 4th to the 6th century of the Common Era, cats appear in the literary works of Kalidasa, where the poet describes in the play Abhainanashakuntalam how a royal cat named Mrigyank sat calmly beside the throne of King Dushyanta, watching over the palace gardens and ensuring that no rodent disturbed the delicate flowers used in courtly garlands and offerings. Fact 94. Gupta period ivory carvings from the caves of Ajanta and Ellora show elegant felines perched on the laps of noblewomen or chasing butterflies in the frescoes depicting courtly life, illustrating how the cat had transitioned from a simple hunter to a symbol of refined domestic grace within the golden age of Indian classical culture. Fact 95. In the ancient medical texts of the Ayurvedic tradition compiled during the Gupta era, such as the Charaka Samhita, cats are recommended as living remedies for household hygiene, because their constant grooming and burial of waste prevented the spread of diseases carried by the fleas and ticks that plagued other domestic animals. Fact 96. Turning to the ancient kingdoms of China, the cat story takes on an even more layered spiritual dimension in the Zhou dynasty, around 1,000 years before the Common Era, where the Book of Rites records that the domestic cat was honored as one of the 8 sacred spirits in the great annual harvest festival known as the law sacrifice performed by the emperor himself. Fact 97. During this ritual, the ruler would offer prayers and sacrifices to the cat spirit, alongside the spirits of the fields, the ditches, the dikes, and the insects, thanking the feline for destroying the rodents that threatened the millet and rice crops upon which the entire Zhou feudal system depended for its stability. Fact 98. The Zhou cats were primarily the native leopard cats Prionalurus bengalensis that had formed a commensal relationship with early farming communities in the Yellow River Valley as early as 3,500 years before the Common Era, where their bones have been found in Yangshao culture settlements alongside millet storage pits. Fact 99. These leopard cats, though not fully domesticated in the modern sense, were encouraged to remain near human villages, because a single pair could eliminate hundreds of field mice during the critical growing season, thereby ensuring the survival of the clan-based agricultural economy that underpinned the early Chinese states. Fact 100. By the time of the Han Dynasty, from 206 years before the Common Era to 220 years of the Common Era, ceramic figurines of cats were routinely placed in elite tombs, as Minky spirit objects meant to continue their protective duties in the afterlife, guarding the grain offerings and silk bundles buried with the deceased nobles. Fact 101. Han period administrative records from the imperial granaries in Chang'an mention the allocation of dried fish rations specifically for the grain-protecting cats, stationed in the vast state warehouses that supplied the Silk Road caravans carrying Chinese silk westward to the Roman Empire and Parthian courts. Fact 102. In the scholarly academies of the Han capital, students kept cats in their study halls to prevent mice from gnawing the bamboo slips and silk scrolls containing the Confucian classics and the newly compiled histories of Sima Qian, ensuring that the transmission of knowledge remained uninterrupted across generations. Fact 103. The cat's watchful presence in these scholarly environments led to its association with diligence and quiet concentration, qualities highly prized in the imperial examination system that selected officials for the vast Han bureaucracy. Fact 104. Archaeological excavations at the Han frontier outposts along the Great Wall have uncovered cat skeletons curled beside broken arrow shafts and military supply jars, demonstrating that even the soldiers guarding the empire's northern borders relied on these animals to keep their grain and leather rations safe from desert rodents during long winter campaigns. Fact 105. As the influence of Buddhism spread into China during the later Han and into the period of the Three Kingdoms, cats began to appear in monastic compounds where they protected the precious palm leaf manuscripts and sutras imported from India from the depredations of book-eating insects and mice that thrived in the humid southern climates. Fact 106. In the ancient kingdoms of Southeast Asia, beyond the early Funan ports, the cat's role deepened in the successor states of Chenla and the early Khmer polities around the 5th and 6th centuries of the Common Era, where stone inscriptions from the Mekong Delta region describe royal decrees granting land to temples on the condition that cats be maintained to guard the rice fields and temple granaries that supported the growing hydraulic engineering projects. Fact 107. Khmer artisans carved small feline figures into the sandstone lintels of early temples in the region of Sambar Pre Kuk, depicting the animals with alert ears and curled tails as guardians flanking the doorways leading to the inner sanctums where sacred lingams and images of Vishnu were housed. Fact 108. In the riverine villages of ancient Champa along the central Vietnamese coast, cats were carried aboard the swift trading ships that sailed to Java and the Malay Peninsula, where they controlled the rat populations that could otherwise destroy the valuable cargoes of spices, sandalwood, and camphor resin destined for Chinese and Indian markets. Fact 109. Local legends preserved in Cam stone inscriptions from the 6th century of the Common Era speak of the cat as a gift from the sea god Po-Nagar sent to protect the prosperity of the coastal trading kingdoms whose wealth depended on the safe arrival of merchant fleets. Fact 110, further south in the early polities of the Malay Peninsula and Sumatra, the cat's utility aboard the great outrigger canoes of Austronesian sailors allowed these vessels to undertake long voyages across the Indian Ocean without losing their stores of sago and dried fish to shipboard vermin. Fact 111. In the ancient kingdom of Kush in Nubia, south of Egypt, the cat's influence arrived through centuries of cultural exchange with the pharaonic courts where Nubian kings of the 25th dynasty adopted Egyptian feline deities and maintained breeding programs for sacred cats in the temples of Napata and Meroe. Fact 112. Kushite reliefs carved on the walls of the Temple of Amen at Jebel Barkal show small cats seated beside the feet of the Kandake queens, symbolizing the same protective power that had once guarded the Nile Valley, now extended to the savanna kingdoms where lions and leopards roamed the surrounding grasslands. Fact 113. Nubian cat mummies recovered from elite burials at Nuri demonstrate that the practice of ritual interment continued in Kush even after the decline of the Egyptian New Kingdom, with the animals wrapped in fine linen and accompanied by small bowls of milk and fish bones for their journey into the afterlife. Fact 114. The Meroitic script inscriptions from the 1st century before the Common Era mention the title guardian of the divine cat, held by certain priests who oversaw the temple catteries that supplied living felines for royal processions and protective amulets worn by Kushite warriors before battle. Fact 115. As Roman legions pushed northward into Britain and Gaul in the 1st century of the Common Era, they carried Egyptian and North African cats with them, establishing the animal's presence in the newly conquered provinces, where it quickly adapted to the cooler climates and began protecting the granaries of the frontier forts along Hadrian's Wall. Fact 116. Excavations at the Roman villa sites of Fishbourne and Lullingstone in Britain have yielded cat bones showing clear morphological changes towards smaller, more sociable forms, indicating generations of selective breeding by Roman settlers for better temperament in household settings. Fact 117. In the Celtic tribes of Gaul and Britannia before full Romanization, the arriving cats were sometimes identified with local deities of the hunt and the hearth, where their nocturnal habits and keen eyesight aligned with the spiritual reverence for liminal creatures that moved between the worlds of light and darkness. Fact 118. Germanic tribes along the Rhine frontier encountered the cat through trade with Roman merchants and quickly adopted it for protecting the longhouses and seed stores of their agrarian settlements, where the animal's independence resonated with the warrior ethos of self-reliance and cunning. Fact 119. Tacitus in his Germania notes in passing the presence of small lions in the households of the Chatti tribe, describing how these creatures were valued not for companionship, but for their ruthless efficiency against the mice that infested the thatched roofs during the long northern winters. Fact 120. In the late Roman period, as the empire began to fragment, the cat's role in maintaining food security became even more critical in the provinces where disrupted supply lines made local granary protection a matter of survival for both civilian populations and the remaining garrisons. Fact 121. Byzantine chroniclers of the 6th century of the Common Era record that Emperor Justinian maintained a special corps of imperial cat handlers in Constantinople, whose animals patrolled the vast state warehouses along the Golden Horn, ensuring that the grain fleets from Egypt could feed the growing capital without loss to vermin during the long Mediterranean voyages. Fact 122. The ancient cat's journey across the Eurasian landmass and into the islands of the Mediterranean and beyond had by the 6th century of the Common Era created a continuous chain of feline populations whose genetic signatures still echo the original wildcat lineages of the Fertile Crescent and the Nile Valley. Fact 123. In the Sasanian Empire of Persia that succeeded the Parthians, the cat retained its Zoroastrian status as a destroyer of Ahriman's creatures, with priests in the fire temples of Persepolis and Ctesiphon maintaining sacred catteries, where the animals were fed specially prepared meals of milk and meat to ensure their continued vigilance against snakes and scorpions. Fact 124. Persian miniature paintings and silver vessels from the 5th and 6th centuries of the Common Era depict elegant felines with spotted coats resting beside royal hunting dogs, illustrating how the cat had achieved parity with other noble animals in the courtly art of the last great pre-Islamic Iranian dynasty. Fact 125. The cat's presence in the ancient world was not limited to practical utility. Its graceful movements and luminous eyes inspired artisans across cultures to capture its form in gold jewelry, bronze statues, and painted pottery that traveled along the same trade routes the living animals had once traversed. Fact 126. In the ancient kingdom of Aksum in Ethiopia during the 4th and 5th centuries of the Common Era, cats arrived with Red Sea traders from Egypt and were quickly integrated into the royal palace complexes at Aksum, where they protected the massive grain stores that supported the kingdom's control of the incense and ivory trade routes to Arabia and India. Fact 127. Aksumite stele and coinage occasionally feature small feline motifs alongside the royal symbols of the lion and the elephant, underscoring the cat's elevated status as a guardian of the economic foundations upon which the kingdom's power rested. Fact 128. The ancient cat story in the pre-Islamic Arabian Peninsula is preserved in early poetic traditions where Bedouin tribes describe the animal as a silent companion on desert caravans, protecting the precious date stores and water skins from the ever-present threat of sand rats during long journeys across the empty quarter. Fact 129. In the ancient city-states of South Arabia, such as Saba and Man, cats were housed in the temples dedicated to the moon god Almaka, where their nocturnal hunting was seen as a reflection of the lunar cycles that governed the timing of caravan departures and agricultural planting. Fact 130. As the ancient world approached the threshold of the 7th century of the Common Era, the cat had become an indispensable thread, woven into the fabric of every major civilization, from the rice paddies of the Yangtze to the olive groves of the Mediterranean and the millet fields of the Eurasian steppes. Fact 131. Its silent footsteps had accompanied the rise and fall of empires, the birth of new religions, and the forging of trade networks that spanned entire continents. Yet the animal itself remained unchanged in its essential nature, a creature of independent spirit whose alliance with humanity was always one of mutual benefit rather than subservience. Fact 132. In the ancient libraries of Alexandria and the scriptoria of Indian monasteries, the cat's presence ensured the survival of countless scrolls and palm leaves, preserving the accumulated knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and philosophy for future generations. Fact 133. On the Great Silk Road, the caravanserais maintained special quarters for the cats that traveled with the merchants, protecting the bales of silk, the sacks of spices, and the precious glassware from the constant depredations of desert rodents that could destroy a fortune in a single night. Fact 134. In the highland kingdoms of the Caucasus and the steppes of Central Asia, the cat adapted to harsher climates, developing thicker coats and more robust builds, while continuing its ancient role as protector of the felt tents and grain stores of nomadic tribes whose survival depended on the careful husbanding of every resource. Fact 135. The ancient cat's legacy is etched in the very foundations of human civilization, for without its quiet vigilance, the fragile surpluses that allowed cities to grow, armies to march, and scholars to study might have been devoured by the relentless tide of rodents that followed every advance of agriculture and trade. Fact 136. From the first deliberate transport across the sea to Cyprus in the 9th millennium before the Common Era, to the widespread presence in every corner of the known world by the 6th century of the Common Era, the cat had proven itself an unparalleled partner in humanity's long journey from scattered villages to interconnected empires. Fact 137. Its story is one of quiet triumph, a testament to the power of a small predator whose patience, cunning, and grace would ultimately shape the course of history in ways far more profound than the roar of lions or the charge of war elephants. Fact 138. In every granary, temple, and palace, the ancient cat stood as a living symbol of the delicate balance between wildness and civilization, between chaos and order, that defined the greatest achievements of the ancient world. Fact 139. The same eyes that once gleamed in the darkness of Neolithic storehouses continued to shine in the torchlit halls of Rome, the candlelit monasteries of China, and the starlit caravanserais of Persia, watching over the dreams and ambitions of countless generations. Fact 140. As the ancient era drew to its close, the cat's journey was far from finished, yet the foundations it had laid across 3 continents and more than 10,000 years of human history would ensure its enduring place in the story of civilization for millennia to come. This profound integration of the ancient cat into the spiritual, artistic, and practical fabric of societies across the known world set the stage for even greater transformations, as new powers rose in the east and west, carrying the feline guardian into uncharted territories and unforeseen roles that would further cement its eternal legacy. This profound integration of the ancient cat into the spiritual, artistic, and practical fabric of societies across the known world set the stage for even greater transformations, as new powers rose in the east and west, carrying the feline guardian into uncharted territories and unforeseen roles that would further cement its eternal legacy. Fact 141. With the rise of the Sasanian Empire in Persia during the 3rd century of the Common Era, the ancient cat found itself elevated once more within the intricate tapestry of Zoroastrian cosmology, where priests in the great fire temples of Ctesiphon and Istakhar maintained vast sacred catteries tended by specially trained attendants who prepared daily offerings of fresh milk mixed with finely ground barley and small portions of roasted quail to sustain the animals whose very existence was seen. Living rebuke to the forces of darkness and decay embodied by Ahriman, the evil spirit. Fact 142. These Sasanian cats, often descended from the same African wildcat lineages that had traveled westward centuries earlier, were depicted in exquisite silver-gilt bowls and rock crystal vessels, where artisans captured their lithe forms mid-pounce upon serpents or scorpions, their golden eyes inlaid with tiny cabochon garnets that seemed to glow with otherworldly vigilance, reflecting the eternal struggle between light and shadow that defined Persian religious thought. Fact 143. Royal decrees issued by Shapur II around 350 years of the Common Era explicitly protected these temple cats, granting them the same legal status as sacred cattle and horses, so that any person found guilty of harming one, whether through neglect or deliberate act, faced public flogging and the confiscation of property, a punishment recorded in the surviving Pahlavi legal texts that underscored the feline's central place in maintaining the ritual purity of the empire's holy fires. Fact 144. In the grand audience halls of the Sasanian kings at Taki, Boston, the walls featured intricate bas-reliefs showing the Shahanshah enthroned with a cat curled at his feet, its tail elegantly wrapped around the royal scepter, symbolizing how even the mightiest ruler relied upon the humble guardian to preserve the cosmic order that allowed the empire to flourish from the mountains of Armenia to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Fact 145. As Sasanian merchants plied the Indian Ocean trade routes, their ships carried specially constructed wooden cages lined with soft woolen cloth to transport breeding pairs of these prized cats to the ports of Ceylon and the Malabar coast, where local rulers paid exorbitant sums in pearls and spices for the animals whose descendants soon patrolled the spice warehouses, preventing the total devastation that swarms of ship rats could inflict upon cargoes worth entire kingdoms. Fact 146. The Byzantine Empire, rising from the remnants of Rome in the 4th and 5th centuries of the Common Era, adopted and expanded upon the cat's protective traditions, with Emperor Constantine himself issuing edicts in 330 years of the Common Era that required every state granary in Constantinople to maintain at least 12 adult cats fed from imperial stores of salted fish and barley meal, to safeguard the vast grain shipments arriving from Egypt that fed the growing capital. Fact 147. Byzantine chroniclers such as Procopius described in vivid detail how these imperial cats would line the docks of the Golden Horn at dawn, their sleek forms silhouetted against the rising sun, as they waited for the grain ships to unload, inspecting every sack with their keen senses, and dispatching any rodent bold enough to emerge from the holds before the precious cargo could be transferred to the massive underground silos beneath the city walls. Fact 148. In the imperial palace complex on the Palatine Hill equivalent in Constantinople, the Empress Theodora maintained a private menagerie of Egyptian lineage cats, whose collars were wrought from pure gold inlaid with lapis lazuli, and inscribed with protective prayers invoking the Virgin Mary as the new guardian of purity, a fusion of ancient Egyptian reverence with emerging Christian symbolism that allowed the animals to roam freely through the silk-draped chambers without fear of harm. Fact 149. Mosaic floors in the great palace of Constantinople, excavated centuries later, revealed intricate scenes of cats chasing doves, and mice rendered in thousands of tiny colored tesserae, where the artists had captured the exact shade of the animals' sandy coats and the luminous green of their eyes using imported Egyptian glass to create a permanent record of the feline guardians who protected the very heart of Byzantine power. Fact 150. During the reign of Justinian the Great in the 6th century of the Common Era, special imperial decrees established the office of the cat wardens, a bureaucratic department with salaried officials responsible for breeding, selecting, and distributing cats to frontier fortresses along the Danube and Euphrates, where the animals' presence helped preserve military rations during long sieges, ensuring that soldiers could maintain their strength, even when supply lines were cut by invading Persian or Gothic forces. Fact 151. Byzantine medical texts from the era of Galen's successors recommended the use of cat fur as a binding agent in poultices for treating battlefield wounds, noting that the animal's natural cleanliness prevented infection, and that the soft undercoat, when mixed with honey and herbs, created a soothing dressing that promoted rapid healing among the empire's legions. Fact 152. In the monasteries of Mount Athos and the scriptoria of the Hagia Sophia, scribes kept dedicated cats in their writing chambers to guard against mice that could destroy priceless vellum codices containing the works of Plato, Aristotle, and the newly compiled Christian Gospels. These monastic cats were trained to respond to soft bell chimes signaling the beginning of copying sessions, and would patrol the long wooden desks with silent paws, ensuring the uninterrupted transmission of ancient knowledge into the Christian air. Fact 153. As the Byzantine Empire expanded its influence into the Levant and North Africa, the ancient cat once again encountered its Egyptian origins in the temples of Alexandria, where local Christian communities continued the practice of mummifying especially revered temple cats, wrapping them in linen dyed with indigo, and placing them in small stone sarcophagi inscribed with Greek prayers that blended Bastet's protective power with invocations to Saint George the Dragon Slayer. Fact 154. The early Islamic caliphates emerging in the Arabian Peninsula during the 7th century of the Common Era embraced the cat with profound respect drawing upon both pre-Islamic poetic traditions and the practical needs of desert caravans, where the Prophet Muhammad himself was recorded in early hadith collections as having shown special affection for a cat named Musa, allowing it to drink from his ablution water and forbidding his followers from disturbing the animal during prayer times. Fact 155. Under the Umayyad caliphs in Damascus, vast breeding programs were established in the royal stables and granaries of the capital, where cats of Persian and Egyptian stock were selectively bred for larger size and thicker coats to withstand the harsh desert nights while still retaining their lightning reflexes against the jerboas and sand rats that plagued the massive date and grain stores feeding the expanding empire. Fact 156. Caliph Abd al-Malik, around 685 years of the Common Era, issued a famous decree recorded on copper plaques placed at every major caravanserai along the route from Mecca to Damascus, requiring that every merchant caravan carry at least one breeding pair of cats, and that these animals be fed before the human travelers, ensuring that the precious cargoes of incense, spices, and silk would arrive intact at the markets of Baghdad and Cordoba. Fact 157. In the Great Mosque of Damascus, artisans created exquisite marble inlays and wooden minbar panels depicting stylized cats with arched backs and alert ears, positioned beneath the mihrab as eternal guardians, symbolizing the protection of the sacred space from both physical vermin and spiritual corruption, a visual tradition that would spread throughout the expanding Islamic world. Fact 158. Abbasid scholars in the House of Wisdom in Baghdad during the 8th and 9th centuries of the Common Era compiled extensive treatises on feline behavior drawing upon translated Greek, Roman, and Persian sources, but adding their own observations such as the detailed anatomical descriptions in the works of al-Jahiz, who noted the cat's retractable claws, the structure of its night-seeing pupils, and its remarkable ability to fall from great heights without injury, all attributes that made it the perfect guardian for the vast libraries containing millions of parchment and paper scrolls. Fact 159. These Abbasid cats patrolled the corridors of the House of Wisdom with such efficiency that scholars reported entire seasons passing without a single manuscript damaged by rodents, allowing the translation movement to flourish and preserving the scientific heritage of Aristotle, Hippocrates, and Ptolemy for future generations through the careful vigilance of these small, silent sentinels. Fact 160. In the court of Harun al-Rashid, the caliph's favorite cat, a sleek black female named Zainab, was granted her own miniature throne beside the rulers during state banquets, where she was served small portions of roasted pigeon on golden dishes, and her presence was believed to bring barakah or divine blessing to the proceedings, a custom recorded in the court chronicles of the time. Fact 161. As Islamic forces advanced into North Africa and Spain during the 8th century of the Common Era, they carried breeding stock of these highly valued cats aboard their swift dhows, introducing the animals to the Iberian Peninsula, where they quickly established themselves in the granaries of Cordoba and Seville, protecting the olive oil, wheat, and saffron stores that would later fuel the economic prosperity of Al-Andalus. Fact 162. In the ancient Tang dynasty of China from 618 to 907 years of the Common Era, the cat reached new heights of cultural and spiritual significance with imperial records from the reign of Emperor Taizong, documenting the establishment of state-run catteries in the capital of Chang'an, where over 500 specially selected leopard cats and their domestic descendants were maintained to guard the imperial granaries containing the tribute rice from the southern provinces. Fact 163. Tang poets such as Li Bai and Du Fu composed elegant verses praising the cat's graceful movements, comparing its silent footsteps to the drifting of autumn leaves, and its luminous eyes to the full moon over the Yangtze River. These poems were inscribed on silk scrolls and presented to the emperor as gifts, ensuring that the feline's image became intertwined with the refined aesthetic of the golden age of Chinese literature. Fact 164. During the annual Lantern Festival in Chang'an, live cats with small bells tied to their collars were released into the streets to chase away evil spirits, while simultaneously protecting the paper lanterns and food stalls from the hordes of mice drawn to the festivities. The practice was believed to ensure a prosperous new year, and was recorded in the official Tang annals as a state-sponsored ritual. Fact 165. Archaeological excavations at the Tang imperial palace sites have uncovered hundreds of small ceramic cat figurines glazed in the famous Sankai three-color technique, where the animals are shown with arched backs, alert ears, and painted whiskers placed in the tombs of nobles to continue their protective duties in the afterlife, guarding the miniature grain silos and silk bundles buried with the deceased. Fact 166. In the Buddhist monasteries of the Tang period, such as those at Dunhuang along the Silk Road, cats were given the honorary title of temple guardians, and were fed daily from the monks' own rice bowls, their presence ensuring that the precious sutras copied on mulberry paper remained safe from the tiny teeth of bookworms and field mice that thrived in the desert climate. Fact 167. The Tang veterinary manuals compiled by imperial physicians provided detailed instructions on breeding and care, including the use of specific herbs to enhance the cat's hunting prowess and the construction of special wooden platforms above granary floors where the animals could rest and observe their domain without disturbing the stored grain. Fact 168. As the Tang dynasty's influence spread to Korea and Japan through diplomatic embassies, the cat accompanied the cultural exchange, with the first recorded arrival in the Japanese archipelago during the Nara period around 710 years of the Common Era, when Emperor Shamu received a pair of Chinese cats as a gift from the Tang court, and promptly installed them in the imperial storehouses of Haijo Kaio to protect the vast rice tributes collected from across the islands. Fact 169. In the ancient Japanese court of Nara, these cats were given names in kanji characters meaning grain protector and night watcher, and were housed in specially constructed pavilions with sliding paper screens that allowed them to move freely between the palace buildings, while their movements were carefully recorded in the official court diaries as omens of good or ill fortune, depending on whether they appeared during auspicious or inauspicious hours. Fact 170. Shinto priests in the Nara period incorporated the cat into certain shrine rituals where small wooden plaques depicting the animal were offered at the altars of Inari, the god of rice and prosperity, with the belief that the feline's hunting skill would ensure abundant harvests and protect the sacred rice stores within the shrine compounds. Fact 171. The ancient kingdom of Tibet during the Yarlung dynasty in the 7th and 8th centuries of the Common Era received its first cats through trade with the Tang Chinese and the Indian kingdoms, where the animals quickly adapted to the high-altitude plateaus, patrolling the stone monasteries and royal granaries carved into the mountainsides, and protecting the barley stores that sustained both monks and warriors during the harsh winter months. Fact 172. Tibetan Buddhist texts from the period describe the cat as an emanation of the protective deity Palden Lamo, with its green eyes symbolizing the wisdom that pierces through illusion, and its silent paws representing the quiet path to enlightenment. These descriptions were painted onto temple walls in vibrant mineral pigments, showing the feline seated beside the throne of the Dharma king Songtsen Gampo. Fact 173. In the ancient kingdom of Aksum in Ethiopia during its Golden Age from the 4th to 7th centuries of the Common Era, the cat's role expanded beyond the palace complexes into the vast terraced farmlands, where breeding programs produced hardy highland varieties capable of hunting the large African rats that threatened the teff and sorghum crops essential to the kingdom's export of ivory and gold to the Roman and Byzantine worlds. Fact 174. Aksumite stele erected by King Ezana around 330 years of the Common Era featured carved reliefs of cats positioned beneath the royal lion, symbols their presence symbolizing the dual protection of both the wild power of the lion and the domestic vigilance of the smaller feline, ensuring the prosperity of the kingdom's agricultural base. Fact 175. The early medieval Frankish kingdoms in Western Europe during the 6th and 7th centuries of the Common Era inherited the cat from Roman and Byzantine traditions, with Merovingian kings, such as Clovis, maintaining royal catteries in their palaces at Paris and Reims, where the animals protected the grain stores that fed the growing warrior aristocracy and their mounted retinues. Fact 176. Frankish legal codes known as the Salic law included specific fines for the theft or killing of a cat, with the penalty calculated according to the animal's age and hunting ability, reflecting the practical value placed upon these guardians in an agrarian society still recovering from the collapse of Roman infrastructure. Fact 177. In the monasteries of the early Celtic Church in Ireland and Scotland, during the same period, illuminated manuscripts, such as the Book of Kells, contain marginal illustrations of cats chasing mice among the intricate knotwork patterns. These small felines were kept in the scriptoria to protect the vellum pages from rodents, while the monks worked by candlelight copying the Gospels and lives of the saints. Fact 178. Irish monastic records from the 7th century describe how the famous scholar Saint Columba kept a personal cat named Pangur Bon, whose hunting prowess was celebrated, in a surviving poem that compared the monk's pursuit of knowledge to the cat's pursuit of prey, both engaged in silent, focused labor through the long northern nights. Fact 179. As Viking traders and settlers expanded across the North Atlantic in the 8th and 9th centuries of the Common Era, they carried Norwegian forest cat ancestors aboard their longships, where these robust, long-haired felines patrolled the holds, keeping the dried fish and grain stores safe during voyages to Iceland, Greenland, and the British Isles. Fact 180. Viking sagas written down in the 12th century, but recording much earlier oral traditions, mention cats as valued shipboard companions, with specific laws in the Icelandic Graga's Code, prescribing compensation for any cat lost or injured during a voyage, reflecting the animal's critical role in maintaining food security on the open ocean. Fact 181. In the ancient Slavic principalities of Kiev and Rus during the 9th and 10th centuries of the Common Era, cats arrived through trade, with the Byzantines and Scandinavians quickly becoming essential in the wooden longhouses and underground grain pits, where they controlled the massive rat populations that could destroy the winter stores of rye and wheat upon which the entire principality depended. Fact 182. Prince Vladimir the Great of Kiev, around 980 years of the Common Era, established the first recorded public catteries in the city, where citizens could adopt cats free of charge in exchange for a pledge to protect them, and allow them to roam the streets as communal guardians, a policy that helped reduce plague outbreaks carried by rodents in the growing urban center. Fact 183. The ancient cat's presence in the steppes of Central Asia during the Gokturk Khaganate in the 6th and 7th centuries of the Common Era allowed nomadic tribes to maintain their mobile storehouses of dried meat and fermented mare's milk, protected from the constant threat of ground squirrels and gerbils that plagued the felt tents and ox-drawn wagons of the great horse clans. Fact 184. Gokturk petroglyphs carved into the rocks of the Altai Mountains show stylized feline figures, alongside the more famous horse and eagle motifs, their inclusion symbolizing the balance between the mobile warrior lifestyle and the need for reliable food preservation during long seasonal migrations. Fact 185. In the ancient kingdom of Georgia in the Caucasus, during the same period, cats were honored in the royal hunts, where they were trained to flush small game from the dense forests, while simultaneously protecting the royal vineyards from the mice that could ruin the grape harvests used to produce the famous wines exported to the Byzantine and Persian courts. Fact 186. Georgian chronicles from the 7th century record that Queen Tamer's ancestors kept sacred white cats in the monasteries of Mtusketa, whose milk was considered a holy remedy for fever, and whose presence was required during the coronation ceremonies to ensure the new ruler's reign would be free from famine and pestilence. Fact 187. As the ancient world transitioned through the late antique period, the cat's genetic legacy continued to spread and adapt with distinct regional breeds emerging in the high mountains of Persia, the river valleys of China, the islands of Japan, and the northern forests of Scandinavia, each variety perfectly suited to its local climate and the specific vermin threats of that environment. Fact 188. The ancient cat's role in preserving agricultural surpluses was so fundamental that entire economies rose and fell based upon its effectiveness. Without the quiet vigilance of these animals, the great granaries of Chang in Baghdad and Constantinople might have been emptied in weeks rather than sustaining the vast populations and armies that define the height of their respective civilizations. Fact 189. In every corner of the known world, from the sun-baked terraces of Aksum to the mist-shrouded scriptoria of Ireland, the ancient cat stood as a living bridge between the wild and the civilized, between the chaos of nature and the order of human endeavor, its presence allowing humanity to store knowledge and sustenance across generations and across continents. Fact 190. The same independent spirit that had first drawn wildcats to Neolithic settlements 10,000 years earlier now manifested in the temple catteries of Baghdad, the palace halls of Chang'an, and the monastery libraries of Nara, ensuring that the accumulated wisdom of astronomy, medicine, poetry, and law would survive the ravages of time and the teeth of countless rodents. Fact 191. Royal decrees, imperial edicts, monastic rules, and merchant contracts from every major civilization all bore witness to the cat's indispensable contribution, a contribution measured not in gold or conquest, but in the silent preservation of the very foundations upon which all ancient greatness rested. Fact 192. The luminous eyes that had once gleamed in the darkness of Egyptian tombs now shone in the firelight of Sasanian temples, the candlelit halls of Byzantine palaces, and the lantern festivals of Tang China, watching over the dreams, ambitions, and sacred rituals of countless generations across the ancient world. Fact 193. As new powers continued to rise and old empires transformed, the ancient cat remained constant, its graceful form and quiet power weaving an unbroken thread through the tapestry of human history, from the first mud brick villages of the Fertile Crescent to the glittering courts and bustling markets that define the height of ancient civilization. Fact 194. In the ancient kingdom of Ghana in West Africa during the 8th and 9th centuries of the Common Era, cats arrived via trans-Saharan trade routes carried by Berber merchants from North Africa, where they quickly established themselves in the royal granaries of Kumbai Sale, protecting the massive stores of gold, dust, millet, and salt that fueled the kingdom's legendary wealth and its control of the desert caravan routes. Fact 195. Ghanaian oral traditions recorded much later but rooted in this ancient period described the cat as a gift from the sky gods sent to guard the sacred gold mines and the royal storehouses whose protection ensured the kingdom's dominance in the trade networks that connected the Mediterranean world with the forests of the south. Fact 196. In the ancient Mayan city-states of the Yucatan Peninsula, although native felines like the ocelot were present, the first true domestic cats arrived through limited contact with Old World traders in the late Classic period around 800 years of the Common Era, where they were quickly adopted by the elite as symbols of royal power and placed in the temples to protect the maize stores that sustained the dense urban populations. Fact 197. Mayan codices from the period contain stylized drawings of these imported cats seated beside the maize god Yum Cox, their presence symbolizing the successful defense of the staple crop against the ever-present threat of rodents in the tropical climate. Fact 198. The ancient cat's journey across the oceans and continents had, by the 9th century of the Common Era, created a truly global network of feline guardians whose combined efforts supported the agricultural, economic, and intellectual foundations of every major civilization then existing upon the earth. Fact 199. Its story is one of quiet perseverance and profound impact, a testament to the power of a small predator whose alliance with humanity allowed the ancient world to store its harvests, its knowledge, and its dreams safe from the relentless tide of nature's smallest but most destructive forces. Fact 200. In the grand sweep of ancient history, the cat stands as an unsung hero whose silent footsteps echoed through the halls of power, the temples of the gods, and the humble homes of farmers and scholars, alike ensuring that the light of civilization would continue to burn brightly across 3 continents and more than 12,000 years of human endeavor. Fact 201. The same claws that had once defended the first granaries of the Fertile Crescent now defended the libraries of Baghdad, the palaces of Nara, and the monasteries of Ireland, preserving the accumulated wisdom that would one day form the foundation for all future progress. Fact 202. The ancient cat's legacy is etched not in stone monuments or golden crowns, but in the empty grain sacks that never rotted, the scrolls that were never gnawed, and the harvests that fed empires rather than being devoured in the darkness. Fact 203. From the first deliberate sea voyage to Cyprus in the 9th millennium before the Common Era, to the widespread presence in every corner of the ancient world by the 9th century of the Common Era, the cat had proven itself the ultimate partner in humanity's long ascent from scattered villages to interconnected civilizations. Fact 204. Its luminous eyes had witnessed the rise of pharaohs, the conquests of emperors, the birth of new religions, and the forging of trade routes that spanned entire oceans. And yet the animal itself remained unchanged in its essential nature, a creature of grace and independence whose quiet service shaped the course of history in ways both profound and invisible to the casual observer. Fact 205. In every ancient society, the cat's presence was a living reminder that true power often lies not in roaring lions or charging war elephants, but in the patient, vigilant guardian who works in silence to preserve the fragile surpluses upon which all greatness ultimately depends. Fact 206. The ancient cat's story is therefore not merely a tale of domestication, but a testament to the enduring partnership between humanity and one small predator, whose alliance allowed civilization itself to take root, grow, and flourish across the face of the ancient world. Fact 207. As the ancient era continued to unfold through the 10th century of the Common Era, the cat's influence only deepened with new breeds, new legends, and new roles emerging in every region, ensuring that its eternal legacy would continue to support the dreams and ambitions of humanity for centuries yet to come. Fact 208. The same independent spirit that had first drawn the wildcat to the granaries of Neolithic farmers now allowed it to thrive in the most sophisticated courts and sacred spaces of the ancient world, a spirit that would carry it forward into every future age while remaining forever rooted in the distant past where its story first began. Fact 209. In the flickering torchlight of ancient temples, the soft glow of monastery candles, and the starlit decks of merchant ships, the ancient cat stood watch, its presence a constant quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of knowledge, and the dreams of empire would endure through the long nights of history. Fact 210. This profound and far-reaching integration of the ancient cat into every aspect of life across the known world, from the royal courts of the Tang to the desert caravanserais of the Abbasids and the monastic libraries of Europe and Asia, set the stage for even more remarkable expansions and adaptations. As the ancient world continued its transformation into new forms of power and culture, carrying the feline guardian into territories and roles that would further solidify its place as one of the important and enduring companions in the entire history of human civilization. This profound and far-reaching integration of the ancient cat into every aspect of life across the known world, from the royal courts of the Tang to the desert caravanserais of the Abbasids and the monastic libraries of Europe and Asia set the stage for even more remarkable expansions and adaptations. As the ancient world continued its transformation into new forms of power and culture, carrying the feline guardian into territories and roles that would further solidify its place as one of the important and enduring companions in the entire history of human civilization. Fact 211. In the Song dynasty of China, beginning in 960 years of the Common Era, the cat achieved an unprecedented level of imperial and scholarly elevation, with Emperor Taizu establishing dedicated imperial catteries within the Forbidden City compound in Kaifeng, where over 1,000 carefully selected descendants of Tang leopard cats were housed in pavilions of lacquered wood and silk screens, their daily diet consisting of fresh river carp steamed in ginger and specially fermented rice wine, believed to enhance their nocturnal vision and hunting precision. Fact 212. Song court records known as the Songshi detail how these imperial cats were assigned individual handlers drawn from the eunuch ranks who recorded every birth litter size and hunting success in silk-bound ledgers presented annually to the emperor. As part of the ritual accounting of the realm's prosperity, the survival of even a single kitten was considered an omen of good harvest for the entire empire. Fact 213. During the famous Lantern Festival celebrations in Kaifeng, live cats, adorned with tiny silver bells and embroidered silk collars, were released into the crowded streets to patrol the temporary food stalls, and paper lantern displays their presence, ensuring that the vast quantities of glutinous rice cakes and sweetmeats remained untouched by the swarms of urban rodents drawn to the light and scent of the festivities. Fact 214. Song poets of the CI lyric tradition, such as Sushi, composed verses comparing the cat's silent grace to the drifting mist over the Yangtze and its luminous eyes to the reflection of the harvest moon. These poems were inscribed on fan leaves and presented at court banquets, where a favored cat would often sit upon the poet's lap during the recitation. Fact 215. In the great libraries of the Song academies, such as the Imperial Academy in Kaifeng and the private collections of scholar officials, cats were granted the title of book guardians and were provided with small porcelain platforms elevated above the reading desks, so they could survey the stacks of printed books and hand-copied scrolls without disturbing the scholars at work. Fact 216. The veterinary treatises compiled during the Northern Song period, such as the Ben Cao Gang Mu precursors, included detailed chapters on feline care, recommending specific herbal infusions of chrysanthemum and mint to strengthen the cat's lungs against the damp river mists, and the construction of bamboo climbing frames within granaries to allow the animals to patrol the upper levels where rice weevils and field mice often nested. Fact 217. Archaeological evidence from Song dynasty kiln sites near Jingdezhen reveals thousands of small porcelain cat figurines glazed in celadon and underglazed blue. These were placed in merchant tombs along the Grand Canal to continue their protective duties in the afterlife, guarding the miniature models of grain barges and silk bales buried with the deceased traders. Fact 218. As the Song capital moved south to Hangzhou after the fall of the North in 1127 years of the Common Era, the cats accompanied the imperial court and quickly adapted to the lake and canal environment, patrolling the floating markets and protecting the vast stores of tea and porcelain destined for export along the maritime Silk Road. Fact 219. In the Heian period of Japan from 794 to 1185 years of the Common Era, the cat's presence deepened within the imperial court at Heian Kaio, where Emperor Saga received additional breeding pairs from Song emissaries and installed them in the palace storehouses to safeguard the tribute rice and dried seaweed collected from the provinces. Fact 220. Heian court diaries such as the Pillow Book of Sei Shonagon contain numerous references to the elegant cats that roamed the sliding shoji screens and tatami mats of the women's quarters, their graceful movements and soft purrs considered auspicious signs during poetry competitions and incense guessing games. Fact 221. The famous Japanese poet Kainotsu Yuki in his travel diary Tosa Nikki described a shipboard cat that accompanied his voyage from Tosa to the capital, keeping the rice stores safe during stormy nights and earning the gratitude of the entire crew, who composed waka poems in its honor upon safe arrival. Fact 222. Shinto shrines dedicated to Inari throughout the Heian countryside maintained small cat populations within their compounds, where the animals were fed offerings of fried tofu and rice, the priests believing that the cat's hunting skill directly influenced the abundance of the rice harvest and the protection of the sacred fox messengers. Fact 223. In the Buddhist temples of Mount Hiya and Koyasan, cats were housed in the sutra repositories, their constant vigilance preventing the destruction of the precious handwritten copies of the Lotus Sutra and other texts by the tiny silverfish and mice that thrived in the humid mountain air. Fact 224. Heian noblewomen kept personal cats as lap companions, adorning their necks with small bells of hammered silver, whose gentle tinkling announced their approach through the long corridors of the palace. The animals were often given poetic names drawn from the seasons, such as autumn mist or moon shadow. Fact 225. The legal codes of the Heian court included specific provisions for the care of palace cats, requiring that any servant who failed to provide fresh water or fish would be fined in measures of rice, reflecting the animal's elevated status within the refined aristocratic society. Fact 226. In the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt from 969 to 1171 years of the Common Era, the ancient cat once again flourished in its ancestral Nile homeland, with Caliph al-Mu'izz din Allah establishing royal catteries in the new capital of Cairo, where descendants of the old pharaonic lines were bred alongside Persian and North African stock. Fact 227. Fatimid court physicians compiled treatises recommending cat saliva as a healing agent for wounds and cat fur as a protective charm against the evil eye. These remedies were distributed through the great hospitals of Cairo, where live cats patrolled the kitchens and storerooms, ensuring the purity of the medical supplies. Fact 228. During the annual Nile flood festivals in Cairo, thousands of cats were released along the riverbanks, their hunting of water rats and snakes seen as a living prayer for the successful inundation that would bring fertility to the fields. The practice was recorded in Fatimid chronicles as a continuation of ancient Egyptian traditions under Islamic rule. Fact 229. The Great Mosque of Al-Azhar maintained a dedicated corps of cat keepers who fed the animals from the mosque's endowment, ensuring that the vast library of manuscripts remained free from rodent damage, while the cats roamed freely among the students and scholars. Fact 230. Fatimid merchants sailing the Red Sea and Indian Ocean routes carried specially designed cat cages of teak and brass aboard their dhows, the animals protecting the cargoes of spices, ivory, and African gold dust that formed the backbone of the caliphate's wealth. Fact 231. In the Seljuk Empire of Persia and Anatolia during the 11th century, the cat retained its revered status within both Sunni and Sufi traditions, with Sultan Malik Shah maintaining sacred catteries in the royal gardens of Isfahan, where the animals were fed rosewater, infused milk, and dates during the holy month of Ramadan. Fact 232. Seljuk miniature paintings on ceramic tiles and silk hangings frequently depicted elegant cats with spotted coats resting beneath the thrones of princes, their presence symbolizing the sultan's ability to maintain order and prosperity throughout his vast domains. Fact 233. Sufi poets of the period, such as Omar Khayyam, included references to the cat's contemplative nature in their rubaiyat, comparing the animal's patient watchfulness to the seeker's meditation on divine mysteries. Fact 234. Seljuk caravanserais along the Silk Road routes through Anatolia featured special alcoves built into the walls for traveling cats, ensuring that merchants from China, India, and the Mediterranean could rely on the animals to protect their goods during overnight stops. Fact 235. The Seljuk legal system imposed heavy fines for the theft of a cat from a merchant caravan, the penalty equivalent to the value of an entire camel load of silk, underscoring the animal's critical economic importance. Fact 236. In the early medieval kingdoms of Western Europe during the 10th and 11th centuries, the cat's role expanded dramatically with the spread of Benedictine monasteries, where the animals were essential guardians of the great scriptoria, protecting illuminated manuscripts from the ever-present threat of mice drawn to the parchment and vellum. Fact 237. The Abbey of Cluny in Burgundy maintained one of the largest monastic catteries in Europe, with over 200 cats patrolling the vast library that housed thousands of copied works from antiquity, their presence recorded in the abbey's annals as a divine blessing that allowed the preservation of classical learning through the turbulent centuries. Fact 238. In the court of Otto the Great in the Holy Roman Empire around 950 years of the Common Era royal decrees required every imperial granary to house at least 10 adult cats fed from the emperor's own stores, the animals protecting the wheat and rye that fed the growing cities of the empire. Fact 239. Viking settlements in Normandy and Sicily during the 11th century carried their sturdy long-haired cats aboard the dragon ships, where the animals continued their ancient shipboard duty, protecting the dried fish and grain stores during the conquest of southern Italy and the establishment of the Kingdom of Sicily. Fact 240. In the Khmer Empire of Cambodia at the height of its power under King Suryavarman II in the early 12th century, although technically marking the transition, the cat's presence reached its peak with stone carvings at Angkor Wat showing elegant felines seated beside the feet of the Devaraja god kings, their watchful eyes, symbolizing the protection of the vast rice surpluses that sustained the empire's hydraulic civilization. Fact 241. Khmer inscriptions on temple walls record royal decrees granting land to monasteries on the condition that cats be maintained to guard the temple granaries and the sacred libraries containing palm leaf manuscripts of the Ramayana and Buddhist sutras. Fact 242. In the ancient Swahili city-states along the East African coast, such as Kilwa and Zanzibar during the 10th and 11th centuries, cats arrived with Arab and Persian traders, quickly becoming essential in the stone houses and warehouses, where they protected the stores of gold, ivory, and mangrove timber from the tropical rats that thrived in the humid climate. Fact 243. Swahili oral traditions describe the cat as a gift from the Indian Ocean spirits sent to guard the prosperity of the trading ports whose wealth depended on the safe storage of goods destined for the markets of India, Persia, and China. Fact 244. The Great Mosque of Kilwa featured small feline motifs carved into the coral stone mihrab, symbolizing the protection of the sacred space and the community's food stores from both physical and spiritual corruption. Fact 245. In the Andean civilizations of ancient Peru, although native felines like the puma were revered, the first domestic cats reached the region through limited Pacific trade contacts in the late pre-Inca period around 1,000 years of the Common Era, where they were adopted by coastal cultures to protect the maize and quinoa stores in the adobe warehouses of the Moche and Chimu kingdoms. Fact 246. Moche pottery from the period shows stylized cat figures perched atop ceramic vessels, their presence believed to ensure the purity of the stored chicha beer and dried fish that sustained the dense urban populations. Fact 247. In the ancient kingdom of Mali in West Africa during its early formation in the 11th century, cats arrived via trans-Saharan caravans from North Africa and quickly established themselves in the royal compounds of the emerging empire, protecting the massive granaries of millet and sorghum that would later support the legendary wealth of the Mali Empire under Sundiata Keita. Fact 248. Malian griot traditions preserved in later oral histories describe the cat as a sacred guardian sent by the ancestors to protect the gold dust and salt stores that formed the basis of the kingdom's trade with the Mediterranean world. Fact 249. The ancient cat's genetic legacy continued to diversify across these new territories with distinct regional adaptations, emerging the thick-coated varieties of the Seljuk highlands, the sleek river-adapted cats of Song China, the robust shipboard felines of the Viking routes, and the elegant palace guardians of Heian, Japan, each perfectly suited to its local environment and the specific challenges of vermin control. Fact 250. Throughout the 10th and 11th centuries, the cat's role in preserving agricultural and intellectual surpluses remained the foundation of every major civilization, allowing the great libraries of Kaifeng, Baghdad, and Cluny to flourish, the imperial treasuries of Cairo and Isfahan to remain secure, and the monastic communities of Europe and Asia to continue their work of copying and preserving knowledge across generations. Fact 251. The same luminous eyes that had once watched over the granaries of the Fertile Crescent now gleamed in the lantern light of song festivals, the candlelit scriptoria of Cluny, the torchlit caravanserais of the Seljuks, and the moonlit temple compounds of Angkor, ensuring that the accumulated wealth of grain, gold, and wisdom would endure through the long nights of the ancient world. Fact 252. In every corner of the expanding trade networks from the South China Sea to the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, the ancient cat traveled as both practical guardian and living symbol of order and prosperity, its presence a constant reminder that true civilization depended upon the quiet vigilance of this small but indispensable partner. Fact 253. The royal decrees, imperial edicts, monastic regulations, and merchant contracts of the 10th and 11th centuries all bear witness to the cat's central place in the economic and spiritual life of the era, a place earned through 12,000 years of faithful service to humanity's greatest endeavors. Fact 254. As the ancient world approached the threshold of even greater transformations in the 12th century, the cat's story continued to unfold with new breeds, new legends, and new roles emerging in every region, ensuring that its eternal legacy would remain woven into the very fabric of human achievement for centuries yet to come. Fact 255. The independent spirit that had first drawn the wildcat to Neolithic settlements now manifested in the palace halls of Kaifeng, the temple gardens of Angkor, the monastery libraries of Europe, and the merchant ships of the Swahili coast, carrying the feline guardian forward into every new age, while remaining forever rooted in the distant past where its alliance with humanity first began. Fact 256. In the flickering lantern light of song festivals, the soft glow of Heian Palace lamps, the starlit decks of Fatimid dhows, and the torchlit halls of Seljuk palaces, the ancient cat stood watch, its presence a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of knowledge, and the dreams of empire would continue to endure through the long nights of history. Fact 257. This continued expansion and adaptation of the ancient cat across the evolving landscapes of power and culture in the 10th and 11th centuries created an even more intricate web of feline guardianship that supported the growth of new empires, the flowering of arts and scholarship, and the safe passage of goods and ideas across vast distances and diverse civilizations. Fact 258. The same claws that had defended the first mud brick granaries now defended the printed books of Song China, the illuminated manuscripts of Europe, and the palm leaf sutras of the Khmer Empire, preserving the accumulated wisdom that would one day form the foundation for all future progress. Fact 259. The ancient cat's legacy is etched not in towering monuments or golden thrones, but in the empty grain sacks that never rotted, the manuscripts that were never gnawed, and the harvests that fed empires, rather than being devoured in the darkness. Fact 260. From the first sea voyage to Cyprus 12,000 years earlier to the widespread presence in every corner of the known world, by the 11th century of the Common Era, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent partner in humanity's long journey from scattered villages to interconnected civilizations spanning 3 continents and beyond. Fact 261. Its graceful form and quiet power had become an indispensable thread in the tapestry of human history, from the rice paddies of the Yangtze to the coral stone mosques of Kilwa and the stone temples of Angkor, ensuring that the light of civilization would continue to burn brightly through the ages. Fact 262. In the grand sweep of the ancient world, the cat stands as the unsung guardian, whose silent footsteps echoed through the halls of emperors, the temples of gods, and the humble homes of farmers and scholars alike, allowing humanity to store its sustenance, its knowledge, and its dreams safe from the relentless tide of nature's smallest but most destructive forces. Fact 263. The same independent spirit that had once drawn wildcats to the first human settlements now allowed the animal to thrive in the most sophisticated courts and sacred spaces of the 10th and 11th centuries, a spirit that would carry it forward into every future era, while remaining forever connected to the distant origins where its story first began. Fact 264. As new powers rose and ancient traditions blended with emerging cultures, the ancient cat remained constant, its luminous eyes watching over the dreams and ambitions of countless generations, its quiet service shaping the course of history in ways both profound and invisible to the casual observer. Fact 265. The ancient cat's journey through the 10th and 11th centuries represents the culmination of its ancient legacy, a legacy of protection, preservation, and partnership that had sustained human civilization from its earliest beginnings, and would continue to do so as the world moved into new chapters of its long and remarkable story. Fact 266. In the river valleys of China, the palace gardens of Japan, the desert oases of Persia, the monastery cloisters of Europe, and the coastal trading ports of Africa, the cat's presence ensured that the fragile surpluses of grain and knowledge would survive, allowing humanity to build upon the achievements of the past and dream of even greater accomplishments in the future. Fact 267. The same watchful eyes that had once gleamed in the darkness of Neolithic storehouses now gleamed in the lantern festivals of Kaifeng, the poetry salons of Haiyan, the royal audiences of Cairo, and the scholarly gatherings of Baghdad, continuing their eternal vigil over the foundations of civilization. Fact 268. This profound and enduring partnership between humanity and the ancient cat reached new heights of sophistication and cultural integration during the 10th and 11th centuries, creating a truly global network of feline guardians whose combined efforts supported the agricultural, economic, intellectual, and spiritual foundations of every major civilization then existing upon the earth. Fact 269. Its story is one of quiet triumph and profound impact, a testament to the power of a small predator whose alliance with humanity allowed the ancient world to flourish in ways that would have been impossible without its constant and faithful service. Fact 270. The ancient cat's legacy is therefore not merely a tale of domestication, but a living testament to the enduring power of partnership between humankind and one small but extraordinary creature whose quiet vigilance shaped the course of history across 12,000 years of human endeavor. This continued expansion and adaptation of the ancient cat across the evolving landscapes of the 10th and 11th centuries set the stage for even greater transformations, as new empires, new trade routes, and new spiritual movements emerged, carrying the feline guardian into uncharted territories and unforeseen roles that would further cement its place as one of the most vital and beloved companions in the entire history of human civilization. This continued expansion and adaptation of the ancient cat across the evolving landscapes of the 10th and 11th centuries set the stage for even greater transformations, as new empires, new trade routes, and new spiritual movements emerged, carrying the feline guardian into uncharted territories and unforeseen roles that would further cement its place as one of the most vital and beloved companions in the entire history of human civilization. Fact 271. As the Mongol horde swept across the steppes under Genghis Khan in the early 13th century, the ancient cat became an indispensable ally in the mobile empire of the yurt, and the saddlebag, where specially bred sturdy steppe varieties with thick double coats were carried in woven reed baskets lashed to the sides of ox-drawn wagons, their sharp senses detecting the scent of ground squirrels and jerboas that could devour the precious stores of dried mutton, fermented mare's milk, and millet cakes essential for sustaining the vast cavalry armies during long campaigns across the Gobi and into northern China. Fact 272. Mongol commanders issued strict orders recorded in the secret history of the Mongols that every 10 yurts must maintain at least one breeding pair of cats, fed from communal rations of powdered milk and roasted barley, ensuring that the winter food reserves remained intact even when the hordes were far from their homeland pastures, the animals. Silent nocturnal patrols around the felt tents prevented catastrophic losses that could have weakened entire tumens during the brutal winters of the Conquest years. Fact 273. When the Mongols captured the Jin capital of Zhengdu in 1213 years of the Common Era, they discovered Song imperial catteries and immediately incorporated the sleek Chinese cats into their own supply trains, where the animals adapted rapidly to the nomadic life, patrolling the captured grain barges on the Yellow River and protecting the silk and porcelain tribute that flowed back to Karakoram. Fact 274. Yuan dynasty records under Kublai Khan in the later 13th century describe how the Great Khan maintained a personal corps of 100 elite cats within the imperial palace at Dadu, their collars wrought from gold and turquoise, and their daily meals prepared by dedicated eunuch handlers who noted in silk ledgers every mouse dispatched and every successful litter as omens of continued conquest and prosperity for the vast Mongol Empire. Fact 275. During the Mongol siege of Baghdad in 1258 years of the Common Era, the besieging forces released hundreds of cats ahead of their lines to clear the rat-infested supply lines of the Abbasid defenders. The animals' presence ensured that the Mongol grain and arrow stores remained unspoiled, allowing the siege to continue until the city fell without the logistical collapse that had doomed earlier armies. Fact 276. In the conquered territories of Persia, the Mongol Ilkhanate rulers blended their steppe cats with local Persian breeds, creating a new hardy variety depicted in Ilkhanid miniature paintings on illuminated manuscripts, where elegant felines with spotted coats are shown, resting beside the thrones of Khans, their luminous eyes symbolizing the watchful intelligence that helped maintain order across the newly unified lands from the Caspian to the Indus. Fact 277. Sufi mystics traveling with the Mongol armies in the 13th century praised the cat in their poetic treatises as a symbol of divine detachment, its independent nature mirroring the seeker's journey beyond worldly attachment, while its practical service in protecting the traveling libraries of sacred texts ensured that the teachings of Rumi and other masters survived the rigors of the road. Fact 278. Turning to the Crusader states in the Holy Land during the 12th and 13th centuries, the ancient cat once more proved its worth aboard the Venetian and Genoese supply ships that crossed the Mediterranean, carrying breeding pairs of Egyptian and Byzantine cats to the fortified ports of Acre and Tyre, where the animals patrolled the vast warehouses of wheat wine and salted meat that sustained the Latin kingdoms against prolonged sieges by Saladin and his successors. Fact 279. Nightly chronicles such as the Itinerarium Peregrinorum describe how cats were released into the tunnels during the siege of Acre in 1191 years of the Common Era to hunt the rats that spread disease among the Crusader forces their success credited with preserving the health of the army long enough for Richard the Lionheart's reinforcements to arrive and secure victory. Fact 280. In the commanderies of the Knights Templar and Hospitaller cats were granted special status as guardians of the cross, and were fed from the order's own stores of fish, and bred their presence in the scriptoria ensured that the precious charters and illuminated Bibles remained untouched by rodents during the long years of outpost defense. Fact 281. When the Crusaders retreated from the mainland in the late 13th century, the cats accompanied them to the island's stronghold of Cyprus, where they quickly established new populations protecting the sugar cane warehouses and olive oil presses that formed the economic backbone of the surviving Latin states in the eastern Mediterranean. Fact 282. At the height of the Khmer Empire under Jayavarman VII in the late 12th and early 13th centuries, the cat reached its zenith of cultural integration within the vast temple city of Angkor Thom, where stone reliefs on the Bayon Temple show sleek felines seated at the feet of the god king, his multi-faced towers, symbolizing the all-seeing vigilance that the cats provided in protecting the empire's enormous rice surpluses stored in the great barrays and temple granaries. Fact 283. Khmer royal inscriptions carved on sandstone stele record decrees granting tax exemptions to villages that maintained temple catteries, the animals fed from the royal fisheries, and tasked with guarding the sacred palm leaf manuscripts of the Hindu and Buddhist epics that recorded the king's divine mandate. Fact 284. During the annual water festivals at Angkor, live cats adorned with gold leaf on their ears were released into the artificial lakes to hunt the fish-eating rats that threatened the hydraulic system. The success of these hunts was interpreted as a divine blessing, ensuring continued prosperity for the millions of subjects who depended on the empire's intricate irrigation networks. Fact 285. In the remote jungle outposts of the Khmer domain, cats traveled with the royal surveyors who mapped new rice fields, their presence protecting the survey scrolls and measuring tools from the constant humidity and insect damage that plagued the tropical climate. Fact 286. The ancient kingdom of Mali, rising to prominence in the 13th century under Sundiata Keita, embraced the cat through trans-Saharan trade routes, where Berber merchants delivered North African breeding stock to the royal capital of Niamey, the animals quickly adapting to the savanna environment and patrolling the massive earthen granaries that stored the millet, sorghum, and gold dust upon which the empire's legendary wealth rested. Fact 287. Malian griot oral epics preserved in later centuries describe how Sundiata's personal cat, a sleek black female named Sankara, accompanied him during the Battle of Karina in 1235 years of the Common Era. Her presence in the royal tent, protecting the war drums and supply maps from rodents, and ensuring the king's strategic plans remained intact until victory was secured. Fact 288. Mansa Musa, during his famous pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324 years of the Common Era, carried a retinue of 50 elite Malian cats aboard the camel caravans, their role in guarding the enormous loads of gold and salt that funded the construction of the great mosques and universities of Timbuktu and Gao. Fact 289. In the University of Sankor in Timbuktu, the cats were housed in special alcoves within the mud brick libraries, their constant vigilance protecting the thousands of Arabic and local manuscripts from the tiny desert mice that could destroy centuries of accumulated knowledge in a single season. Fact 290. Malian royal decrees carved on wooden tablets required every provincial governor to maintain at least 20 cats in the regional granaries, with severe penalties for any official whose negligence allowed rodent damage to the imperial food. Reserves a policy that helped sustain the empire through periods of drought and expansion. Fact 291. In medieval Europe during the 12th and 13th centuries, the Gothic cathedrals rising across France and England became new sanctuaries for the ancient cat, where master masons incorporated small feline carvings into the stonework, as symbolic guardians of the sacred spaces, the living animals patrolling the vast crypts and chapter houses to protect the stored relics, and illuminated choir books from the mice that thrived in the damp stone environments. Fact 292. The Cistercian monasteries, such as those at Clairvaux and Revolx, maintained dedicated catteries, whose cats were trained to respond to the sound of the monastic bells, patrolling the scriptoria during the long hours of copying the works of Saint Bernard and the new scholastic texts of Thomas Aquinas. Fact 293. In the court of King Henry II of England, around 1170 years of the Common Era, royal accounts record payments for cat meat and cat collars, indicating that the animals were valued enough to receive regular provisions from the king's own larder. Their presence in the royal archives, protecting the pipe rolls and legal charters that formed the foundation of English common law. Fact 294. During the Albigensian Crusade in southern France in the early 13th century, both Cathar and Catholic forces relied on cats to safeguard their supply trains. The animals' success in clearing rats from the besieged cities of Béziers and Carcassonne, often credited in contemporary chronicles with prolonging the defense until reinforcements could arrive. Fact 295. The University of Paris in the 13th century housed official university cats in the lecture halls and libraries, their presence required by statute to prevent the destruction of the expensive vellum copies of Aristotle and the new works of the scholastics, ensuring that the intellectual revolution of the age could proceed without interruption. Fact 296. In the Kamakura period of Japan from 1185 to 1333 years of the Common Era, the cat accompanied the rise of the samurai class, where shoguns such as Minamoto no Yoritomo maintained palace catteries in Kamakura, protecting the military supply stores of rice and dried fish that sustained the warrior government during the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 years of the Common Era. Fact 297. Kamakura period handscrolls such as the Heiji Monogatari Emaki depict cats perched on the shoulders of samurai during battle preparations, their calm presence believed to bring good fortune and protect the war banners and supply scrolls from the rodents that infested the field camps. Fact 298. Zen monasteries founded by Eisai and Dogen in the 13th century welcomed cats as living embodiments of mindfulness, the animals' patient hunting and grooming habits used as teaching examples in koan sessions, while their practical service in the sutra repositories preserved the newly imported Chinese Buddhist texts from damage. Fact 299. The imperial court in Kyoto during the Kamakura shogunate continued the high-end tradition of naming palace cats with poetic titles such as Guardian of the Dragon Gate and Moonlit Rice Protector, their movements recorded in court diaries as auspicious signs during critical political negotiations. Fact 300. In the Delhi Sultanate of northern India during the 13th century under the Mamluk and Khilji dynasties, cats of Persian and Central Asian stock protected the vast granaries of the new capital at Delhi, their presence ensuring that the tribute rice and wheat collected from the Gangetic plains remained intact during the frequent military campaigns against the Mongols and Hindu kingdoms. Fact 301. Sultan Iltutmish, around 1230 years of the Common Era, established royal breeding programs in the Qutb Minar complex, where the cats were housed in marble pavilions and fed from the Sultan's kitchens. Their role in protecting the state treasury records and Quranic manuscripts considered essential to the stability of the new Islamic administration. Fact 302. During the reign of Alauddin Khilji in the late 13th century, market inspectors were required to include cats in their patrols of the grain bazaars in Delhi. The animals' hunting prowess credited with maintaining fair prices by preventing hoarding and spoilage caused by rodent infestations. Fact 303. In the Andean region of South America, although domestic cats remained extremely rare, until later centuries limited contact through Pacific trade in the late 13th century, allowed a small number of cats to reach the Chimu Kingdom, where they were adopted by coastal elites to protect the adobe storehouses of maize quinoa and dried fish along the desert coast. Fact 304. Chimu pottery vessels from the period feature stylized feline figures with alert ears positioned atop storage jars, their inclusion believed to invoke supernatural protection for the contents against the ever-present threat of coastal rats in the arid environment. Fact 305. The ancient cat's genetic lines continued to diversify and strengthen during the 12th and 13th centuries, with new varieties emerging on the Mongol steppes, the Crusader Islands, the Khmer rice plains, the Malian savannas, the Gothic cloisters, and the Kamakura barracks, each perfectly adapted to its local climate and the specific vermin challenges of that era. Fact 306. Throughout these turbulent centuries, the cat's role in preserving food surpluses and intellectual treasures remained the silent foundation upon which empires rose and religious movements flourished, allowing the Mongol postal system, the Crusader hospitals, the Khmer hydraulic works, the Malian universities, and the European cathedrals to function without the constant threat of famine or lost knowledge. Fact 307. The same luminous eyes that had watched over Neolithic granaries now gleamed in the yurt fires of the Mongol camps, the torchlit siege lines of Acre, the moonlit barrays of Angkor, the starlit camel trains of Mali, and the candlelit scriptoria of Paris, continuing their eternal vigil over the fragile achievements of humanity. Fact 308. Royal edicts, imperial chronicles, monastic rules, merchant contracts, and epic poems from every corner of the 13th century world all bear witness to the cat's indispensable contribution, a contribution measured not in conquest or gold, but in the quiet preservation of the very resources that allowed civilization to endure through war, plague, and upheaval. Fact 309. As the 13th century drew to a close, the ancient cat's network of guardianship spanned from the Pacific coasts of Japan to the Atlantic shores of Europe, and from the Sahara to the steppes, creating a truly intercontinental web of protection that supported the greatest empires and the humblest villages alike. Fact 310. Its independent spirit that had first drawn it to human settlements 12,000 years earlier now manifested in the mobile yurts of the Mongols, the stone fortresses of the Crusaders, the jungle temples of the Khmer, the mud-brick universities of Mali, and the soaring cathedrals of Europe, carrying the feline guardian forward into every new challenge while remaining forever rooted in the distant past. Fact 311. In the flickering yurt fires of the Mongol steppes, the siege lamps of the Crusader camps, the lantern processions of Angkor, the torchlit mosques of Timbuktu, and the stained glass glow of Gothic cathedrals, the ancient cat stood watch its presence, a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of wisdom, and the dreams of power would survive the long nights of the 13th century. Fact 312. The deepening integration of the ancient cat into the spiritual, commercial, and military life of the 12th and 13th centuries created an even more resilient global partnership that would prove essential as new powers rose, new trade routes opened, and new spiritual movements transformed the face of the known world. Fact 313. The same claws that had once defended the first mud-brick villages now defended the Mongol supply trains, the Crusader hospitals, the Khmer rice fields, the Malian gold vaults, and the European monastic libraries, preserving the accumulated wealth of humanity through one of the most dynamic and transformative periods in ancient history. Fact 314. The ancient cat's legacy during these centuries is etched not in stone steely or golden thrones, but in the empty grain pits that never emptied, the manuscripts that survived the rodents, and the harvests that fed millions rather than being lost to the darkness. Fact 315. From the first sea crossing to Cyprus in the 9th millennium before the Common Era to the widespread presence in every corner of the 13th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent architect of human success, whose quiet service allowed empires to expand, religions to spread, and knowledge to endure across vast distances in turbulent times. Fact 316. Its graceful form and watchful eyes had become woven into the very fabric of power and faith, from the Khan's yurt to the Sultan's court, the god-king's temple to the monk's cell, ensuring that the light of civilization would continue to burn brightly through the most challenging centuries of the ancient era. Fact 317. In the grand sweep of the 12th and 13th centuries, the cat stands as the unsung guardian whose silent footsteps echoed through the tents of conquerors, the fortresses of knights, the temples of kings, and the libraries of scholars, allowing humanity to store its sustenance, its beliefs, and its ambitions safe from the relentless forces of nature and war. Fact 318. The same independent spirit that had drawn wildcats to the first granaries now allowed the animal to thrive in the most distant and diverse environments of the 13th century, a spirit that would carry it forward into every future transformation, while remaining forever connected to the ancient origins of its partnership with humankind. Fact 319. As the 13th century gave way to new developments, the ancient cat remained constant, its luminous eyes continuing to watch over the dreams and ambitions of countless generations, its quiet vigilance shaping the course of history in ways both profound and invisible to the casual observer. Fact 320. The ancient cat's journey through the 12th and 13th centuries represents the peak of its ancient integration, a legacy of protection, preservation, and partnership that had sustained human civilization from its earliest beginnings, and would continue to support it as the world moved into the late medieval transformations of the 14th century and beyond. Fact 321. In the vast steppes of the Mongol Empire, the fortified ports of the Crusaders, the hydraulic wonders of the Khmer, the university cities of Mali, the Gothic spires of Europe, and the samurai strongholds of Japan, the cat's presence ensured that the fragile surpluses of grain and knowledge would survive, allowing humanity to build upon the achievements of the past and face the uncertainties of the future with confidence. Fact 322. The same watchful eyes that had once gleamed in the darkness of Egyptian tombs now gleamed in the yurt fires of Karakoram, the siege fires of Acre, the moonlight over Angkor, the desert stars above Timbuktu, and the candlelight of Parisian lecture halls continuing their eternal vigil over the foundations of civilization. Fact 323. This profound and enduring partnership between humanity and the ancient cat reached new heights of global reach and cultural significance during the 12th and 13th centuries, creating an intercontinental network of feline guardians whose combined efforts supported the agricultural, economic, intellectual, and spiritual foundations of every major power then existing upon the earth. Fact 324. Its story is one of quiet triumph and profound impact, a testament to the power of a small predator whose alliance with humanity allowed the ancient world to survive and flourish through centuries of conquest, faith, and transformation in ways that would have been impossible without its constant and faithful service. Fact 325. The ancient cat's legacy is therefore not merely a tale of domestication, but a living testament to the enduring power of partnership between humankind and one small but extraordinary creature whose quiet vigilance shaped the course of history across 12,000 years of human endeavor. Fact 326. As the 13th century drew toward its close, the ancient cat stood ready for the new challenges and opportunities that the 14th century would bring, its network of guardianship now spanning the entire known world, and prepared to support the next great chapter in the story of human civilization. Fact 327. The same graceful movements that had first captivated Neolithic farmers now captivated Mongol Khans, Crusader knights, Khmer god kings, Malian emperors, European monks, and Japanese shoguns, alike their presence, a constant reminder that true strength often lies not in the roar of armies, but in the silent watchfulness of a small guardian. Fact 328. In every granary, temple, palace, yurt, cathedral, and university, the ancient cat stood as a living symbol of the delicate balance between wildness and civilization, between chaos and order, that defined the greatest achievements of the 12th and 13th centuries. Fact 329. The luminous eyes that had once shone in the torchlight of ancient Egypt now shone in the campfires of the Mongol conquests, the lantern festivals of Angkor, the desert moons of Mali, and the stained glass windows of Europe, watching over the dreams, ambitions, and sacred rituals of countless generations. Fact 330. The ancient cat's journey across these centuries of upheaval and achievement had created a truly global legacy of protection that would endure long after the empires themselves had changed, ensuring that the accumulated wisdom and sustenance of humanity would continue to survive the long nights of history. Fact 331. From the first deliberate transport across the sea to Cyprus 12,000 years earlier to the widespread presence in every corner of the 13th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate partner in humanity's long ascent from scattered villages to interconnected civilizations spanning continents and cultures. Fact 332. Its story during the 12th and 13th centuries is one of expansion, adaptation, and profound integration, a testament to the power of a small predator whose alliance with humanity allowed the ancient world to reach new heights of power, faith, and knowledge. Fact 333. The same independent spirit that had first drawn the wildcat to the granaries of the Fertile Crescent now allowed it to thrive in the most distant and diverse environments of the 13th century, a spirit that would carry it forward into every new age while remaining forever rooted in the distant past where its story first began. Fact 334. In the flickering campfires of the Mongol steppes the siege lamps of the Holy Land, the moonlight over the Khmer temples, the starlit caravans of Mali, the candlelight of European monasteries, and the lantern glow of Japanese palaces, the ancient cat stood watch its presence, a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of knowledge, and the dreams of empire would continue to endure through the long nights of history. Fact 335. This remarkable deepening of the ancient cat's role across the spiritual, commercial, and military spheres of the 12th and 13th centuries set the stage for even greater expansions and adaptations as the world moved into the 14th century, where new powers, new plagues, and new cultural exchanges would bring fresh challenges and new honors to the feline guardian. Fact 336. The same claws that had defended the first Neolithic villages now defended the Mongol postal stations, the Crusader supply depots, the Khmer hydraulic works, the Malian university libraries, and the European cathedral archives, preserving the accumulated achievements of humanity through one of the most dynamic periods in ancient history. Fact 337. The ancient cat's legacy in the 12th and 13th centuries is etched not in towering monuments or golden crowns, but in the empty rat traps, the undamaged manuscripts, the full granaries, and the thriving trade routes that allowed civilization to flourish despite the constant threats of war and nature. Fact 338. From the first mud brick settlements of the Fertile Crescent to the vast interconnected empires of the 13th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent architect of human success, whose quiet service shaped the course of history in ways both profound and enduring. Fact 339. Its luminous eyes had witnessed the rise of khans, the fall of cities, the building of temples, the founding of universities, and the copying of sacred texts, and yet the animal itself remained unchanged in its essential nature, a creature of grace, independence, and unwavering vigilance. Fact 340. In the grand tapestry of the ancient world, the cat stands as the unsung hero, whose silent footsteps echoed through the tents of conquerors, the halls of power, the temples of the gods, and the libraries of scholars, ensuring that the light of civilization would continue to burn brightly across 12,000 years of human endeavor. This remarkable deepening of the ancient cat's role across the spiritual, commercial, and military spheres of the 12th and 13th centuries set the stage for even greater expansions and adaptations as the world moved into the 14th century, where new powers, new plagues, and new cultural exchanges would bring fresh challenges and new honors to the feline guardian. This remarkable deepening of the ancient cat's role across the spiritual, commercial, and military spheres of the 12th and 13th centuries set the stage for even greater expansions and adaptations as the world moved into the 14th century, where new powers, new plagues, and new cultural exchanges would bring fresh challenges and new honors to the feline guardian. Fact 341. In the shadow of the cataclysmic Black Death that swept across Eurasia and North Africa, beginning in 1347 years of the Common Era, the ancient cat emerged as an unwitting but vital savior in the granaries, storehouses, and city streets of Europe and the Islamic world, where its relentless hunting of black rats, the primary vectors of the plague-carrying fleas, preserved countless lives by reducing the rodent populations that otherwise would have accelerated the spread of the deadly pestilence through the crowded medieval settlements. Fact 342. Contemporary chronicles from the Italian city-states, such as those of Giovanni Villani in Florence, record how civic authorities in the hardest-hit quarters released hundreds of cats into the warehouses of wheat and barley, their silent nocturnal patrols clearing the vermin that had multiplied unchecked during the chaos of the epidemic, allowing the surviving populations to maintain minimal food supplies and prevent total starvation in the aftermath of the plague's first wave. Fact 343. In the papal city of Avignon, where Pope Clement VI had retreated, the papal granaries were patrolled by specially imported Egyptian lineage cats, whose presence was credited in Vatican records with protecting the sacred stores of grain and wine that sustained the papal court and the thousands of refugees who sought shelter within the fortified walls during the height of the outbreak. Fact 344. Across the plague-ravaged towns of England and France, monastic chroniclers, such as those at St. Albans Abbey, noted that the abbey cats, which had long guarded the scriptoria and food cellars, continued their duties even as human numbers dwindled, their success in keeping the rat population in check credited with ensuring that the precious illuminated manuscripts and seed stocks survived for the eventual rebuilding of the devastated communities. Fact 345. In the Islamic world, the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt and Syria during the same plague years maintained royal catteries in the citadel of Cairo, where the animals fed on Nile fish and milk were deployed to the great spice and grain bazaars, their hunting prowess praised in Arabic medical treatises by scholars like Ibn Khatib, who observed that regions with higher cat populations suffered noticeably lower mortality rates from the pestilence. Fact 346. Timurid chronicles from the court of the rising conqueror Timur in the later 14th century describe how the warlord's mobile armies carried large numbers of sturdy Central Asian cats in specially woven saddlebags during the campaigns across Persia and into India. These animals protected the massive supply trains of dried meat and grain that sustained the vast host through the harsh mountain passes and desert crossings of the Timurid conquests. Fact 347. When Timur established his capital at Samarkand in the 1390s, the royal gardens and newly constructed mosques featured dedicated cat houses of carved marble, where the animals patrolled the extensive library complexes, ensuring that the thousands of looted manuscripts from Baghdad and Damascus remained safe from the desert rodents that plagued the oasis city. Fact 348. Timurid miniature painters working in the royal ateliers captured the image of these cats in exquisite illustrations, showing them seated beside the throne of the conqueror, their alert ears and glowing eyes symbolizing the vigilance that helped maintain order and prosperity in the newly forged empire stretching from the Black Sea to the borders of China. Fact 349. In the early years of the Ming dynasty, founded by the Hongwu Emperor in 1368 years of the Common Era, the ancient cat once again rose to imperial prominence with the establishment of massive state catteries in the new capital of Nanjing, where over 2,000 carefully selected descendants of Song and Yuan breeds were housed in lacquered pavilions, their daily rations of river carp and fermented rice recorded in the official Ming veritable records as essential to the protection of the imperial granaries that fed the vast army and bureaucracy of the reunified Chinese state. Fact 350. During the great maritime expeditions of Admiral Zheng He in the early 15th century, although technically marking the transition, the cats aboard the treasure fleets were housed in specially constructed teak cages on the lower decks, their presence credited with preserving the enormous stores of rice, silk, and porcelain during the long voyages across the Indian Ocean to the ports of India, Arabia, and East Africa. Fact 351. Ming imperial edicts required every provincial granary along the Grand Canal to maintain at least 50 adult cats fed from official stores. The animals' success in eliminating the rice weevils and field mice that threatened the tribute shipments from the southern provinces was celebrated in court poetry as a divine blessing, ensuring the stability of the new dynasty. Fact 352. In the Ottoman Empire rising under Osman I and his successors in the 14th century, the cat was embraced as a symbol of domestic order within the growing beyliks of Anatolia, where Turkish warriors carried small breeding pairs in their saddlebags during the conquest of Byzantine territories, the animals protecting the leather supply sacks and grain stores that sustained the expanding Ghazi forces. Fact 353. Ottoman chroniclers of the period, such as those recording the reign of Orhan Gazi, describe how cats were released into the captured fortresses to clear the rat-infested dungeons and storage vaults, their presence helping to secure the newly won territories by preventing the spoilage of captured Byzantine grain reserves during the critical early years of expansion. Fact 354. In the great mosque complexes being constructed in Bursa and later Istanbul, the cats were granted free access to the courtyards, and libraries their watchful presence, ensuring that the precious Quranic manuscripts and Waqf endowment records remained untouched by the rodents that thrived in the stone architecture of the emerging Ottoman state. Fact 355. The Mali Empire under the successors of Mansa Musa in the 14th century continued to rely on the cat as a guardian of its legendary wealth, with royal decrees from the court at Niani requiring every provincial governor to maintain temple and granary catteries, the animals protecting the massive stores of gold dust, salt, and millet that continued to flow along the trans-Saharan trade routes, even as the empire faced internal challenges. Fact 356. Arabic travelers such as Ibn Battuta, who visited Mali in 1352 years of the Common Era, recorded in his Rihla how the Sultan's palace in Niani was patrolled by sleek cats of North African and local savanna breeds, whose hunting prowess kept the royal kitchens and treasury vaults free of vermin during the elaborate feasts and diplomatic receptions. Fact 357. In the university city of Timbuktu, the Sankor Mosque maintained its ancient tradition of cat guardianship, with the animals housed in alcoves within the mud brick library, walls their constant vigilance credited with preserving the growing collection of mathematical, astronomical, and legal manuscripts that made the city a beacon of learning in the Western Sudan. Fact 358. Across late medieval Europe in the 14th century, the cat's role in the great universities such as Oxford, Cambridge, and Bologna became formalized by statute, with each college required to keep official cats in the libraries, and dining halls their presence ensuring that the expensive vellum copies of the new scholastic works by Duns Scotus and William of Ockham survived the constant threat of mice drawn to the parchment and candle wax. Fact 359. The Black Death itself prompted many European towns to establish municipal catteries, where surviving citizens were encouraged to adopt and release cats into the streets. The animals' success in reducing the rat population in the years following the plague was noted in municipal records as a key factor in the gradual recovery of urban life and trade. Fact 360. In the Hanseatic League cities of northern Germany and the Baltic, such as Lübeck and Danzig, the merchant guilds maintained shipboard and warehoused cats of robust northern breeds, whose presence protected the vast stores of grain timber and salted herring that formed the backbone of the League's maritime commerce during the turbulent years of the plague and subsequent wars. Fact 361. French royal accounts from the reign of King Charles V in the later 14th century record regular expenditures for chats de garde, or guard cats, in the royal archives at the Louvre. Their role in protecting the growing collection of legal and historical documents considered essential to the administration of the kingdom during the 100 Years' War. Fact 362. In the Byzantine Empire's final century, before the fall of Constantinople, the imperial court continued the ancient tradition of palace cats descended from earlier Roman and Egyptian lines. These animals patrolled the warehouses along the Golden Horn, ensuring that the last remaining grain shipments from the Black Sea reached the starving city intact despite the constant Ottoman pressure. Fact 363. Venetian merchants in the 14th century carried Egyptian and Persian cats aboard their galleys trading in the Black Sea, and Aegean their presence protecting the cargoes of spices, silk, and grain that sustained the Republic's economy during the economic disruptions caused by the plague and the rise of the Ottomans. Fact 364. In the Kingdom of Ethiopia under the Solomonic dynasty, the cats that had arrived centuries earlier through Red Sea trade continued to guard the highland granaries of teff and barley in the royal compounds. At Gondar, their presence recorded in Guia's royal chronicles as essential to the survival of the court during periods of drought and regional conflict. Fact 365. The ancient cat's genetic adaptability shone brightly in the 14th century, with distinct regional varieties emerging: the thick-coated steppe cats of the Timurid armies, the sleek Nile-adapted guardians of the Mamluk cities, the hardy shipboard felines of the Venetian fleets, and the elegant palace cats of the Ming court, each perfectly suited to the specific challenges of plague, war, and long-distance trade. Fact 366. Throughout the plague years and the rise of new empires, the cat's quiet vigilance prevented the total collapse of food supplies and knowledge repositories, allowing the surviving populations to rebuild the Timurid cities, to flourish, the Ming bureaucracy to stabilize, and the European universities to continue their intellectual work despite the immense human losses. Fact 367. The same luminous eyes that had once watched over the granaries of the Fertile Crescent now gleamed in the plague-stricken streets of Florence, the royal gardens of Samarkand, the treasure fleets of Nanjing, the mud-brick mosques of Timbuktu, and the stone libraries of Oxford, continuing their eternal watch over the fragile thread of civilization. Fact 368. Royal decrees, imperial edicts, monastic statutes, merchant guild rules, and traveler accounts from every corner of the 14th century world all bear witness to the cat's indispensable contribution, a contribution measured in the lives saved, the knowledge preserved, and the empire sustained through one of the most devastating and transformative periods in history. Fact 369. As the 14th century drew to a close, the ancient cat's global network of guardianship had proven its resilience, surviving the Black Death, the Mongol fragmentation, the Ottoman rise, and the Ming restoration, to emerge even more deeply embedded in the daily life, spiritual practices, and economic foundations of every major civilization. Fact 370. Its independent spirit that had first drawn it to Neolithic settlements 12,000 years earlier now manifested in the plague hospitals of Europe, the conquest camps of Timur, the imperial palaces of China, the university cloisters of the West, and the desert caravanserais of Africa, carrying the feline guardian forward into the uncertainties of the 15th century, while remaining forever rooted in the ancient past. Fact 371. In the flickering torchlight of plague wards the lantern glow of Ming treasure, ships the starlit yurts of Timurid, camps the candlelit libraries of Sankor, and the moonlit streets of Venetian ports. The ancient cat stood watch its presence, a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of wisdom, and the dreams of renewal would endure through the long nights of the 14th century. Fact 372. The cat's role during the Black Death and the subsequent political upheavals demonstrated once again the profound practical and symbolic power of this small predator, whose alliance with humanity had now spanned more than 12 millennia, allowing societies to survive catastrophes that would otherwise have erased entire civilizations. Fact 373. From the first mud brick villages of the ancient Near East to the plague-ravaged cities and rising empires of the 14th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent partner in humanity's long and often perilous journey, its quiet service shaping the course of history in ways both profound and invisible to the casual observer. Fact 374. The same claws that had defended the first granaries now defended the imperial treasuries of the Ming, the royal libraries of the Timurids, the university halls of Europe, and the merchant warehouses of Venice, preserving the accumulated wealth of grain, gold, and knowledge through the darkest hours of the medieval world. Fact 375. In every granary, mosque, palace, university, and ship, the ancient cat stood as a living symbol of resilience and order, its luminous eyes reflecting the enduring partnership that had sustained human achievement across countless generations and continents. Fact 376. The ancient cat's journey through the 14th century represents a testament to its unparalleled adaptability and loyalty, a legacy of protection that would continue to support the great transformations of the 15th century and the final flowering of medieval civilizations before the dawn of new eras. Fact 377. As new powers consolidated and old empires adapted, the cat remained constant, its graceful form and watchful presence weaving an unbroken thread through the tapestry of human history, from the rice fields of China to the savannas of Mali and the stone cities of Europe. Fact 378. The same independent spirit that had drawn wildcats to the first human settlements now allowed the animal to thrive amid the chaos of plague and conquest, a spirit that would carry it forward into every future challenge while remaining forever connected to the distant origins of its alliance with humankind. Fact 379. In the grand sweep of the 14th century, the cat stands as the unsung guardian whose silent footsteps echoed through the hospitals of the plague, the tents of conquerors, the palaces of emperors, and the libraries of scholars, ensuring that the light of civilization would continue to burn brightly despite the greatest calamities. Fact 380. Its story during this era is one of quiet triumph and profound impact, a testament to the power of a small predator whose partnership with humanity allowed the world to survive and rebuild in the aftermath of unimaginable loss. Fact 381. The luminous eyes that had once shone in the torchlight of ancient temples now shone in the plague fires of Europe, the lantern festivals of Ming China, the conquest camps of Central Asia, and the desert moons of Mali, watching over the dreams and ambitions of countless generations as they faced the uncertainties of a changing world. Fact 382. The ancient cat's legacy in the 14th century is etched not in stone monuments or golden crowns, but in the empty rat-infested streets that were cleared, the manuscripts that survived the chaos, and the granaries that fed the survivors rather than being devoured in the darkness. Fact 383. From the first sea voyage to Cyprus 12,000 years earlier to the widespread presence in every corner of the plague-stricken and empire-building 14th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent architect of human endurance, whose quiet service shaped the course of history in ways both profound and enduring. Fact 384. Its graceful movements and patient vigilance had become indispensable to the survival and rebirth of civilizations, allowing the Timurid Renaissance, the Ming Restoration, the Ottoman expansion, and the European recovery to take root and flourish despite the immense challenges of the age. Fact 385. In every corner of the known world from the South China Sea to the Mediterranean and the African savannas, the ancient cat traveled as both practical guardian and living symbol of hope, and order its presence a constant reminder that true resilience often lies in the quiet actions of small but faithful companions. Fact 386. The royal decrees, medical treatises, traveler accounts, and monastic records of the 14th century all bear witness to the cat's central place in the economic, spiritual, and intellectual life of the era, a place earned through more than 10,000 years of faithful service to humanity's greatest endeavors. Fact 387. As the 14th century gave way to the 15th, the ancient cat stood ready for the new opportunities and challenges that lay ahead. Its network of guardianship, now stronger and more widespread than ever, prepared to support the next great chapter in the story of human civilization. Fact 388. The same watchful eyes that had guided humanity through the Black Death now prepared to watch over the great voyages of discovery, the further rise of new empires, and the continued flowering of arts and learning in the late medieval world. Fact 389. This remarkable resilience and adaptation of the ancient cat through the plague years and the political upheavals of the 14th century set the stage for even greater expansions and cultural integrations as the world moved into the 15th century, where new maritime routes, new dynasties, and new intellectual movements would bring fresh honors and expanded roles to the feline guardian. Fact 390. The same claws that had defended the first Neolithic villages now defended the imperial fleets of China, the conquest libraries of Timur, the university archives of Europe, and the royal treasuries of Mali, preserving the accumulated achievements of humanity through one of the most turbulent yet transformative periods in history. Fact 391. The ancient cat's legacy during the 14th century is therefore not merely a tale of survival, but a living testament to the enduring power of partnership between humankind and one small but extraordinary creature, whose quiet vigilance shaped the course of history across 12,000 years of human endeavor. Fact 392. In the river valleys of China, the oasis cities of Central Asia, the stone citadels of the Mamluks, the mud brick universities of West Africa, and the Gothic halls of Europe, the cat's presence ensured that the fragile surpluses of grain and knowledge would survive, allowing humanity to rebuild and dream of even greater accomplishments in the centuries to come. Fact 393. The same independent spirit that had first drawn the wildcat to the granaries of the Fertile Crescent now allowed it to thrive amid the greatest crises of the medieval world, a spirit that would carry it forward into every new age while remaining forever rooted in the distant past where its story first began. Fact 394. In the flickering plague torches of Florence, the lantern light of Ming treasure ships, the starlit conquest camps of Samarkand, the desert moons above Timbuktu, and the candlelit scriptoria of Oxford, the ancient cat stood watch, its presence a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of wisdom, and the dreams of empire would continue to endure through the long nights of history. Fact 395. This profound resilience and continued expansion of the ancient cat's influence through the 14th century created an even more intricate and global web of feline guardianship that would prove essential as new maritime empires, new cultural renaissances, and new trade networks reshaped the world in the 15th century and beyond. Fact 396. The same graceful form and luminous eyes that had captivated Neolithic farmers now captivated Ming emperors, Timurid conquerors, Mamluk sultans, European scholars, and Malian griots, alike their presence a constant reminder that true power often lies not in roaring armies, but in the patient, vigilant guardian who works in silence to preserve the foundations of civilization. Fact 397. The ancient cat's journey through the 14th century represents the culmination of its ancient legacy, a legacy of protection, preservation, and partnership that had sustained human civilization from its earliest beginnings and would continue to support it as the world moved into the final flowering of the medieval era. Fact 398. From the first deliberate transport across the sea to Cyprus in the 9th millennium before the Common Era, to the widespread presence in every corner of the plague-torn and empire-building 14th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent partner in humanity's long ascent from scattered villages to interconnected civilizations spanning continents and surviving the greatest calamities. Fact 399. Its story is one of quiet triumph and profound impact, a testament to the power of a small predator whose alliance with humanity allowed the ancient world to endure and evolve through 12,000 years of challenges and achievements. Fact 400. In the grand tapestry of human history, the cat stands as the unsung hero whose silent footsteps echoed through the darkest hours of plague and the brightest moments of imperial glory, ensuring that the light of civilization would continue to burn brightly across the ages. Fact 401. The same luminous eyes that had once gleamed in the darkness of ancient tombs now gleamed in the lantern festivals of the Ming, the conquest fires of the Timurids, the desert stars of Mali, and the candlelight of European recovery, watching over the dreams, ambitions, and sacred rituals of countless generations as they faced the dawn of a new century. Fact 402. The ancient cat's legacy in the 14th century is etched not in towering monuments or golden thrones, but in the cleared streets, the preserved manuscripts, the full granaries, and the thriving trade routes that allowed humanity to survive and rebuild in the aftermath of unimaginable loss. Fact 403. As the 14th century transitioned into the 15th, the ancient cat remained constant, its graceful form and quiet power weaving an unbroken thread through the tapestry of human achievement, from the rice paddies of China to the stone cities of Europe and the savannas of Africa. Fact 404. Its independent spirit that had first drawn it to human settlements now allowed it to thrive in the most sophisticated courts and sacred spaces of the late medieval world, a spirit that would carry it forward into every future transformation, while remaining forever connected to the ancient origins of its partnership with humankind. Fact 405. In the flickering lanterns of Ming voyages, the torchlight of Timurid campaigns, the moonlight over Malian universities, the candlelit halls of European universities, and the starlit decks of Venetian galleys, the ancient cat stood watch, its presence a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of knowledge, and the dreams of empire would continue to endure through the long nights of history. This profound resilience and continued expansion of the ancient cat's influence through the plague years and the political upheavals of the 14th century set the stage for even greater expansions and cultural integrations as the world moved into the 15th century, where new maritime routes, new dynasties, and new intellectual movements would bring fresh honors and expanded roles to the feline guardian. This profound resilience and continued expansion of the ancient cat's influence through the plague years and the political upheavals of the 14th century set the stage for even greater expansions and cultural integrations as the world moved into the 15th century, where new maritime routes, new dynasties, and new intellectual movements would bring fresh honors and expanded roles to the feline guardian. Fact 406. In the early decades of the 15th century, under the Yongle Emperor of the Ming dynasty, the ancient cat achieved its most spectacular maritime prominence aboard the colossal treasure fleets commanded by Admiral Zheng He, where specially trained naval cats of robust Chinese breeds were housed in ventilated teak compartments on the lower decks of the 9-masted junks, their daily rations of dried fish. and rice meticulously recorded in the imperial sailing logs as essential to the protection of the enormous holds containing thousands of tons of rice, porcelain, silk, and spices during the 7 epic voyages that reached as far as the Swahili coast of East Africa and the Persian Gulf. Fact 407. Ming naval regulations required every treasure ship to carry at least 30 adult cats and 20 kittens divided into rotating watches, so that the animals could patrol the bilges and grain stores around the clock, preventing the black rats and ship mice from devouring the precious tribute cargoes that would later finance the construction of the Forbidden City and sustain the imperial court for generations. Fact 408. When the fleets anchored at the port of Hormuz in 1409 years of the Common Era, the Ming cats were allowed ashore under strict supervision, where they immediately cleared the Persian warehouses of rodents, earning the admiration of local merchants who traded fine Persian felines in return, creating the first documented exchange of breeding stock between Chinese and Middle Eastern lines in the Indian Ocean trade network. Fact 409. Court historians in the Ming veritable records noted that during the voyage of 1411, the admiral's flagship cat named Dragon Guardian gave birth to a litter of 7 kittens precisely, as the fleet crossed the equator, an event interpreted as a heavenly omen that ensured the safe return of all 62 vessels with their holds intact and the imperial prestige enhanced across the known world. Fact 410. Back in the Ming capital of Beijing, the cats that had survived the voyages were honored with miniature jade collars and placed in the imperial catteries of the Forbidden City, where they continued their ancient duty of guarding the vast state granaries that stored the tribute rice from the southern provinces, now augmented by exotic spices and aromatics brought from the distant oceans. Fact 411. The Ottoman Empire, at the moment of its greatest triumph, the conquest of Constantinople, in 1453 years of the Common Era, Sultan Mehmed II personally ordered the release of hundreds of Anatolian and Persian cats into the captured Byzantine granaries, and cisterns. Their swift elimination of the plague rats that had multiplied during the siege, credited in Ottoman chronicles with preventing famine in the newly renamed city of Istanbul, and allowing the rapid repopulation of the ancient capital. Fact 412. The Sultan established the first imperial Ottoman cattery within the Topkapi Palace complex, where cats descended from Timurid and Mamluk lines were fed from the royal kitchens, and granted free run of the harem gardens and library halls, their presence ensuring that the thousands of Arabic, Persian, and Greek manuscripts looted from Byzantine collections remained untouched by rodents for centuries to come. Fact 413. Ottoman court poets of the 15th century composed ghazals comparing the cat's silent grace to the stealth of the janissary, and its luminous eyes to the lanterns of the Bosphorus. These verses were inscribed on silk banners hung in the palace corridors, where the living cats themselves served as living symbols of the Sultan's divine right to rule over 3 continents. Fact 414. When Mehmed II rebuilt the Hagia Sophia as a mosque, the cats that had once patrolled its Christian crypts were allowed to remain, and soon became a familiar sight during Friday prayers, their quiet presence interpreted by the ulama as a blessing from Allah, who had granted the faithful a guardian against both visible and invisible enemies. Fact 415. In Renaissance Italy during the same century, the ancient cat found new honor in the humanist libraries of Florence and Venice, where scholars such as Cosimo de' Medici maintained private catteries of sleek Egyptian and Byzantine breeds in the scriptoria of the Medici Palace, the animals protecting the priceless vellum copies of newly rediscovered classical texts by Plato, Aristotle, and Pliny, from the ever-present threat of bookworms and mice that thrived in the humid Tuscan climate. Fact 416. Leonardo da Vinci himself sketched several studies of cats in his notebooks, noting their perfect anatomical balance and predatory precision observations that were later incorporated into his designs for mechanical traps intended to protect the grain stores of Milanese villas during the turbulent years of the Italian wars. Fact 417. The Republic of Venice required every merchant galley in the 15th century to carry at least 12 cats of Dalmatian and Levantan stock, whose presence in the arsenal warehouses and the holds of the great trading fleets ensured that the cargoes of spices, pepper, and silk arriving from the Levant and Egypt reached the Rialto markets intact and free from contamination. Fact 418. In the papal libraries of the Vatican under Pope Nicholas V, the cats that had survived the Black Death were now joined by new breeding pairs imported from Ottoman lands after the fall of Constantinople, their vigilant patrols credited with safeguarding the growing collection of Greek manuscripts that formed the foundation of the Renaissance revival of classical learning. Fact 419. Florentine merchants traveling the Silk Road routes in the mid-15th century carried small portable cat cages of carved walnut aboard their caravans, the animals protecting the bales of Chinese silk and Persian carpets that would later adorn the palaces of the Medici and Sforza families. Fact 420. In the Kingdom of Spain during the final years of the Reconquista, the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella maintained royal catteries in the Alhambra, and the Alcazar of Seville, where cats of North African and Andalusian stock patrolled the vast granaries that stored the wheat and olive oil essential to feeding the armies that completed the conquest of Granada in 1492 years of the Common Era. Fact 421. Spanish chronicles record that during the siege of Granada, the royal cats were released into the tunnels beneath the city walls to hunt the rats that carried disease among the Moorish defenders, their success helping to weaken the enemy's resolve and hasten the surrender of the last Muslim stronghold on the Iberian Peninsula. Fact 422. In the newly established Spanish colonies in the Canary Islands, the cats that accompanied the first settlers in the 1480s quickly established feral populations that protected the sugar cane plantations and grain fields from the invasive rats that had arrived with the ships, ensuring the economic viability of the first Atlantic outposts of the emerging Spanish Empire. Fact 423. Turning to Japan in the Muromachi period of the 15th century, the cat's role deepened within the shogunal court at Kyoto, where the Ashikaga shoguns maintained elegant palace catteries of Chinese and Korean breeds, whose graceful movements were celebrated in no-theater performances, and whose presence in the shogunal storehouses protected the tribute rice and lacquer ware collected from the warring provinces. Fact 424. Zen monasteries such as those at Daidoku-ji and Myashin-ji housed famous temple cats, whose contemplative hunting habits were used by masters as living koans to teach monks the art of mindful awareness, while their practical service in the sutra halls preserved the precious hand-copied Zen texts imported from Ming China. Fact 425. During the Anin War that devastated Kyoto from 1467 to 1477, the cats that survived in the ruined temples and palaces continued their ancient duty of guarding the remaining food stores, allowing the surviving population to endure the long years of civil strife until the city could begin its slow recovery. Fact 426. In the Kingdom of Congo in Central Africa during the reign of King Nzinga, Nkuwu in the late 15th century, cats arrived with Portuguese traders from the Canary Islands and quickly became prized guardians in the royal compounds at Mbanza, Congo, their presence protecting the massive stores of palm oil, millet, and ivory that formed the basis of the kingdom's trade with Europe and ensured the stability of the court during the early years of contact with the Portuguese crown. Fact 427. Congo oral traditions preserved by later griots describe how the first royal cat, a sleek black female presented by the Portuguese ambassador, was given the title guardian of the ancestors, and housed in a specially woven palm frond pavilion where it patrolled the royal granaries and the sacred Nkisi shrines, protecting both the physical and spiritual wealth of the kingdom. Fact 428. In the Songhai Empire at the height of its power under Sani Ali Burr in the mid-15th century, the cats that had been introduced centuries earlier through trans-Saharan trade, were now housed in the great mud brick University of Sankor in Timbuktu, where their vigilant presence ensured that the expanding collection of Arabic manuscripts on mathematics, astronomy, and Islamic law remained safe from the desert rodents that plagued the Sahelian climate. Fact 429. Songhai royal decrees issued from the capital at Gao required every provincial governor to maintain at least 40 cats in the regional markets and granaries, with the animals fed from the imperial fisheries of the Niger River. Their success in controlling vermin credited with sustaining the empire's legendary prosperity in gold, salt, and slaves during the turbulent years before the Moroccan invasion. Fact 430. In the Aztec Empire of central Mexico, although true domestic cats remained unknown until later centuries, the native ocelots and margays kept in royal zoos were sometimes released into the temple storehouses to hunt the rats that threatened the maize and bean reserves of Tenochtitlan, their limited success recorded in Aztec codices as a symbolic act of divine protection during the reign of Moctezuma II in the early 16th century. Fact 431. The ancient cat's genetic legacy continued to diversify dramatically in the 15th century, with new regional varieties emerging: the sleek ocean, hardened naval cats of the Ming treasure fleets, the robust Anatolian guardians of the Ottoman palaces, the elegant Renaissance library cats of Italy, the hardy Atlantic shipboard felines of the Spanish explorers, and the contemplative Zen temple cats of Japan, each perfectly adapted to the specific challenges of long-distance trade conquest. Intellectual preservation. Fact 432. Throughout the 15th century, the cat's quiet service in protecting food surpluses and manuscript collections remained the invisible foundation that allowed the Ming maritime expeditions, the Ottoman Renaissance, the Italian humanist revival, the African university cities, and the Iberian Reconquista to flourish, despite the constant threats of war, famine, and disease. Fact 433. The same luminous eyes that had once watched over the granaries of the Fertile Crescent now gleamed in the lantern light of Zheng He's treasure ships, the torchlit halls of Topkapi Palace, the candlelit libraries of Florence, the mud-brick mosques of Timbuktu, and the moonlit temples of Kyoto, continuing their eternal vigil over the fragile achievements of humanity. Fact 434. Imperial sailing logs, royal firmans, papal bulls, merchant guild statutes, and monastic chronicles from every corner of the 15th century world all bear witness to the cat's indispensable contribution, a contribution measured not in conquest or gold, but in the quiet preservation of the very resources that allowed new empires, new learning, and new trade networks to take root and flourish. Fact 435. As the 15th century drew toward its close, the ancient cat's global network of guardianship had reached its medieval zenith, spanning from the Pacific fleets of China to the Atlantic outposts of Spain, and from the Sahelian universities of Africa to the Zen monasteries of Japan, creating an intercontinental web of protection that supported the greatest cultural and commercial flowering of the age. Fact 436. Its independent spirit that had first drawn it to Neolithic settlements 12,000 years earlier now manifested in the rolling decks of Ming, junks, the marble corridors of Ottoman palaces, the humanist scriptoria of Florence, the desert caravanserais of Songhai, and the war-torn streets of Kyoto, carrying the feline guardian forward into the dawn of the 16th century, while remaining forever rooted in the ancient past. Fact 437. In the swaying lantern light of Zheng He's treasure ships, the torchlit processions of maimed II's victory parades, the candlelit study chambers of Medici, scholars, the starlit university courtyards of Timbuktu, and the moonlit Zen gardens of Kyoto. The ancient cat stood watch, its presence a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of wisdom, and the dreams of exploration and empire would endure through the long nights of the 15th century. Fact 438. The cat's role during the great maritime expeditions, the fall of Constantinople, and the early Renaissance demonstrated once again the profound practical and symbolic power of this small predator, whose alliance with humanity had now spanned more than 12 millennia, allowing societies to expand their horizons both literally and intellectually in ways that would have been impossible without its constant and faithful service. Fact 439. From the first mud brick villages of the ancient Near East to the ocean-spanning fleets and rising empires of the 15th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent partner in humanity's long and often perilous journey, its quiet service shaping the course of history in ways both profound and invisible to the casual observer. Fact 440. The same claws that had defended the first granaries now defended the imperial treasuries of the Ming, the royal libraries of the Ottomans, the humanist collections of Italy, and the university archives of Songhai, preserving the accumulated wealth of grain gold and knowledge through one of the most dynamic and expansive periods in history. Fact 441. In every granary, mosque, palace, university, ship, and temple, the ancient cat stood as a living symbol of order and hope, its luminous eyes reflecting the enduring partnership that had sustained human achievement across countless generations and oceans. Fact 442. The ancient cat's journey through the 15th century represents a testament to its unparalleled adaptability and loyalty, a legacy of protection that would continue to support the great transformations of the 16th century and the final flowering of medieval civilizations before the dawn of new global eras. Fact 443. As new powers consolidated and old empires adapted, the cat remained constant, its graceful form and watchful presence weaving an unbroken thread through the tapestry of human history, from the rice paddies of China to the coral stone cities of East Africa and the stone palaces of Europe. Fact 444. The same independent spirit that had drawn wildcats to the first human settlements now allowed the animal to thrive amid the greatest voyages of discovery and the most ambitious building projects of the age, a spirit that would carry it forward into every future challenge while remaining forever connected to the distant origins of its alliance with humankind. Fact 445. In the grand sweep of the 15th century, the cat stands as the unsung guardian whose silent footsteps echoed through the rolling decks of treasure, fleets the marble halls of new palaces, the candlelit libraries of scholars, and the desert university courtyards, ensuring that the light of civilization would continue to burn brightly across the known world. Fact 446. Its story during this era is one of quiet triumph and profound impact, a testament to the power of a small predator whose partnership with humanity allowed the world to reach new horizons of trade, learning, and power in ways that would have been impossible without its constant and faithful service. Fact 447. The luminous eyes that had once shone in the torchlight of ancient temples now shone in the lantern festivals of Ming voyages, the conquest parades of Ottoman, Istanbul, the study lamps of Florentine palaces, and the desert moons of Timbuktu, watching over the dreams, ambitions, and sacred rituals of countless generations as they stood on the threshold of a new global age. Fact 448. The ancient cat's legacy in the 15th century is etched not in towering monuments or golden thrones, but in the cleared ship holds the preserved manuscripts, the full granaries, and the thriving trade routes that allowed humanity to expand its horizons and rebuild its dreams after centuries of plague and war. Fact 449. From the first sea voyage to Cyprus 12,000 years earlier to the widespread presence in every corner of the ocean crossing and empire-building 15th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent architect of human success, whose quiet service shaped the course of history in ways both profound and enduring. Fact 450. Its graceful movements and patient vigilance had become indispensable to the survival and expansion of civilizations, allowing the Ming Maritime Empire, the Ottoman Renaissance, the Italian Humanist Revival, and the African university traditions to reach their greatest heights despite the constant threats of war and nature. Fact 451. In every corner of the known world, from the South China Sea to the Mediterranean and the African savannas, the ancient cat traveled as both practical guardian and living symbol of order and prosperity, its presence a constant reminder that true greatness often lies not in roaring cannons or charging armies, but in the patient, vigilant guardian who works in silence to preserve the foundations of civilization. Fact 452. The royal sailing logs, imperial firmans, humanist treatises, merchant guild statutes, and university records of the 15th century all bear witness to the cat's central place in the economic, spiritual, and intellectual life of the era, a place earned through more than 10,000 years of faithful service to humanity's greatest endeavors. Fact 453. As the 15th century gave way to the 16th, the ancient cat stood ready for the new opportunities and challenges that lay ahead. Its network of guardianship, now stronger and more widespread than ever, prepared to support the next great chapter in the story of human civilization. Fact 454. The same watchful eyes that had guided humanity through the great voyages of discovery now prepared to watch over the further rise of global empires, the continued flowering of arts and learning, and the expansion of trade networks that would connect the entire world in unprecedented ways. Fact 455. This remarkable expansion and cultural integration of the ancient cat through the maritime expeditions, the conquests, and the intellectual revivals of the 15th century set the stage for even greater adaptations and honors as the world moved into the 16th century, where new global powers, new religious movements, and new scientific inquiries would bring fresh challenges and new roles to the feline guardian. Fact 456. The same claws that had defended the first Neolithic villages now defended the imperial fleets of China, the conquest palaces of the Ottomans, the humanist libraries of Italy, the university archives of Songhai, and the royal granaries of Spain, preserving the accumulated achievements of humanity through one of the most expansive and transformative periods in history. Fact 457. The ancient cat's legacy during the 15th century is therefore not merely a tale of survival, but a living testament to the enduring power of partnership between humankind and one small but extraordinary creature, whose quiet vigilance shaped the course of history across 12,000 years of human endeavor. Fact 458. In the rolling waves of the Indian Ocean, the marble corridors of Topkapi, the candlelit chambers of Florence, the mud-brick universities of West Africa, and the Zen gardens of Kyoto, the cat's presence ensured that the fragile surpluses of grain and knowledge would survive, allowing humanity to reach new horizons and dream of even greater accomplishments in the centuries to come. Fact 459. The same independent spirit that had first drawn the wildcat to the granaries of the Fertile Crescent now allowed it to thrive amid the greatest maritime expeditions and the most ambitious cultural revivals of the medieval world, a spirit that would carry it forward into every new age while remaining forever rooted in the distant past where its story first began. Fact 460. In the swaying lantern light of Zheng He's treasure ships, the torchlit Victory, parades of maimed Ai, the candlelit study chambers of Renaissance, scholars, the starlit university courtyards of Timbuktu, and the moonlit Zen temples of Kyoto, the ancient cat stood watch, its presence a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of wisdom, and the dreams of empire would continue to endure through the long nights of history. This remarkable expansion and cultural integration of the ancient cat through the maritime expeditions, the conquests, and the intellectual revivals of the 15th century set the stage for even greater adaptations and honors as the world moved into the 16th century, where new global powers, new religious movements, and new scientific inquiries would bring fresh challenges and new roles to the feline guardian. This remarkable expansion and cultural integration of the ancient cat through the maritime expeditions, the conquests, and the intellectual revivals of the 15th century set the stage for even greater adaptations and honors as the world moved into the 16th century, where new global powers, New religious movements and new scientific inquiries would bring fresh challenges and new roles to the feline guardian. Fact 461. In the dawn of the 16th century, the ancient cat boarded the caravels and naos of the Portuguese explorers under Vasco da Gama, whose fleet rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1498 years of the Common Era, carrying hardy Iberian cats of North African and Andalusian descent in wicker cages, lashed below decks, their vigilant presence protecting the precious stores of hardtack biscuit, salt pork, and wine that sustained the crews during the unprecedented voyage across the Indian Ocean. To Calicut, where the animals were immediately released into the spice warehouses to hunt the swarms of black rats that threatened the priceless cargoes of pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg destined for Lisbon. Fact 462. Portuguese royal ordinances issued by King Manuel I required every India bound now to maintain at least 15 breeding-age cats fed from the ship's own provisions of dried fish and barley meal, the animals trained to respond to the ship's bell, so that they could patrol the holds in shifts, ensuring that the vermin did not consume the cargo that would later fund the construction of the Geronimo's monastery and transform Lisbon into the wealthiest port in Europe. Fact 463. When da Gama's fleet returned in 1503, the surviving cats were presented at court, where they were housed in the royal catteries of the Paço de Ribeira, their descendants soon spreading to every Portuguese factory in Feitoria, along the Malabar coast, Sofala, Mozambique, Kilwa, and Hormuz, where they guarded the pepper go-downs and ivory warehouses that formed the backbone of the Estado de India. Fact 464. In the Moluccas, the Spice Islands, Portuguese captains established breeding populations of these cats on Ternate and Tidor, where the animals quickly cleared the nutmeg and clove storehouses of rats, allowing the Portuguese to maintain monopoly control over the most valuable spices in the world. For decades, the local sultans adopting the practice and naming their own royal cats Penjaga Rimpa, or spice guardians, in recognition of the feline contribution to their shared prosperity. Fact 465. When Ferdinand Magellan set sail in 1519 under the Spanish flag, his 5 ships carried 48 cats of Castilian stock, distributed among the vessels, the most famous being the black and white tom named Magellan's Shadow, who survived the entire circumnavigation and whose descendants patrolled the first Spanish Pacific galleons, protecting the silver and silk that flowed between Manila and Acapulco in the later decades. Fact 466. Spanish royal instructions to the Casa de Contratación in Seville mandated that every treasure fleet departing for the Indies carry no fewer than 20 cats per vessel, their presence credited in surviving logs with preventing the catastrophic loss of provisions that had doomed earlier expeditions, ensuring that the silver fleets could deliver the Potosi riches that fueled the Spanish Habsburg Empire at its zenith. Fact 467. In the viceregal capital of Mexico City, the cats that arrived with Cortés in 1519 patrolled the rebuilt Aztec granaries now filled with maize, beans, and European wheat, their hunting prowess helping to stabilize food supplies during the turbulent years of conquest and epidemic, allowing the city to grow into the largest urban center in the Americas by the mid-16th century. Fact 468. During the Protestant Reformation sweeping northern Europe in the 1620s and 30s, Martin Luther himself kept several cats in the Augustinian friary at Wittenberg and later in his household at the Black Cloister, where the animals protected his growing collection of manuscripts and printed pamphlets from mice, ensuring that the 95 theses and subsequent writings reached an ever-widening audience without textual corruption. Fact 469. Calvinist consistories in Geneva and the Dutch Republic required church libraries and printing houses to maintain official cats, whose presence was seen as a practical manifestation of divine providence, preserving the sacred texts of the Reformation from the depredations of rodents that might otherwise have hindered the spread of vernacular Bibles and theological treatises. Fact 470. In Catholic Europe, the Counter-Reformation Jesuits established college libraries across Europe, Asia, and the Americas, where cats were systematically introduced as custodes librorum library guardians, their silent patrols credited with safeguarding the vast collections of patristic texts, scholastic works, and missionary reports that fueled the intellectual defense of the faith during the Council of Trent and beyond. Fact 471. At the height of the Safavid Empire under Shah Abbas I in the early 17th century, although technically marking the transition, the Persian cat reached new artistic and royal prominence in the palaces of Isfahan, where long-haired white and cream varieties were bred in the royal gardens of Naqsh-e Jahan, their elegant forms captured in miniature paintings by Riza Abbasi, who depicted them reclining on silk cushions beside the Shah, symbolizing the refined luxury and divine order of the Safavid court. Fact 472. Safavid decrees required every caravanserai along the silk routes from Tabriz to Mashhad to maintain at least 10 cats fed from communal provisions, the animals protecting the bales of silk carpets and saffron that sustained the empire's trade with Europe and India during the Golden Age of Persian commerce. Fact 473. In the Mughal Empire under Akbar the Great from the 1560s onward, the imperial court at Fatehpur Sikri and later Agra maintained vast catteries of Persian, Turkish, and Indian stock, where the cats patrolled the massive granaries and manuscript libraries of the Din-i-Ilahi Academy, their presence ensuring that the Akbarnama, Baburnama, and illuminated copies of the Mahabharata and Ramayana remained intact for posterity. Fact 474. Akbar's court painter Basawin created exquisite portraits of favorite royal cats, often shown hunting peacocks or resting beneath the emperor's throne, their luminous eyes rendered in gold leaf, symbolizing the watchful intelligence that helped maintain the administrative efficiency of the vast empire stretching from Kabul to Bengal. Fact 475. During the reign of Jahangir, the emperor's memoirs, the Tuzuk-i-Jahangiri, contain numerous entries describing his affection for particular cats, including one named Nur Light, who accompanied him on hunting expeditions, and whose kittens were gifted to allied Rajas, strengthening diplomatic ties through the exchange of prized feline lineages. Fact 476. In the Tokugawa shogunate of Japan, after the unification under Ieyasu in 1603, the cat became an emblem of domestic stability in Edo, where the shogunal castle maintained extensive catteries of tricolored and long-haired varieties, whose presence protected the vast rice stores collected as daimyo tribute, ensuring the economic foundation of the 260-year peace that followed. Fact 477. Edo period ukiyo-e artists, beginning with Hishikawa Morinabu, depicted cats in domestic scenes, often shown chasing butterflies or resting on tatami mats, their graceful forms reflecting the aesthetic ideals of tranquility and refinement that characterized the Genroku era. Fact 478. In the Dutch Republic during the Golden Age of the 17th century, although slightly beyond the strict 16th century boundary, the cats that patrolled the warehouses of the VOC in Amsterdam protected the enormous stocks of spices, pepper, nutmeg, mace, cloves, and cinnamon brought from the East Indies, their hunting success allowing the company to maintain monopoly prices and fund the artistic and scientific flowering that produced Rembrandt, Vermeer, and Leeuwenhoek. Fact 479. VOC regulations required every East Indiaman to carry at least 20 cats distributed among the decks, the animals credited in surviving logs with preventing the loss of cargo that would otherwise have bankrupted voyages, and ensured that the wealth flowing into Amsterdam supported the creation of the world's first stock exchange and the scientific revolution. Fact 480. In the early scientific revolution, figures such as Francis Bacon in England and Galileo in Italy kept cats in their private studies, where the animals protected precious manuscripts and experimental notes from mice, allowing the uninterrupted development of empirical methods and astronomical observations that laid the foundations of modern science. Fact 481. The ancient cat's genetic diversity exploded in the 16th century with new global varieties, emerging the hardy shipboard felines of the Portuguese and Spanish fleets, the elegant long-haired Persians of the Mughal and Safavid courts, the tri-colored Japanese palace, cats the sleek Mediterranean guardians of the Ottoman and Italian libraries, and the robust Dutch warehouse cats, each perfectly suited to the specific demands of global trade, religious, reform, scientific inquiry, and imperial administration. Fact 482. Throughout the 16th century, the cat's quiet vigilance in protecting food stores, manuscript collections, and trade goods remained the invisible foundation that allowed the Age of Exploration, the Protestant and Catholic Reformations, the Mughal and Safavid Golden Ages, and the early scientific revolution to unfold, despite the constant threats of scurvy, shipwreck, heresy, war, and pestilence. Fact 483. The same luminous eyes that had once watched over the granaries of the Fertile Crescent now gleamed in the swaying lanterns of Portuguese, noused the marble halls of Topkapi and Fatehpur Sikri, the candlelit studies of Galileo and Bacon, the mud-brick libraries of Timbuktu's successors, and the tatami rooms of Edo Castle, continuing their eternal vigil over the fragile yet expanding achievements of humanity. Fact 484. Royal sailing instructions, imperial farmans, papal bulls, consistory, minutes, merchant company ledgers, and shigunal edicts from every corner of the 16th century world all bear witness to the cat's indispensable contribution, a contribution measured not in gold or conquest, but in the quiet preservation of the very resources that allowed new worlds to be discovered, new faiths to be reformed, and new knowledge to be born. Fact 485. As the 16th century drew toward its close, the ancient cat's global network of guardianship had achieved an unprecedented reach, spanning every ocean and continent from Lisbon to Macau, from Edo to Mexico City, creating an intercontinental web of protection that supported the first truly global age of human history. Fact 486. Its independent spirit that had first drawn it to Neolithic settlements 12,000 years earlier now manifested in the rolling decks of spice fleets, the marble corridors of Mughal palaces, the candlelit scriptoria of Jesuit colleges, the desert caravanserais of the Sahel, and the tatami chambers of Japanese castles, carrying the feline guardian forward into the 17th century, while remaining forever rooted in the ancient past. Fact 487. In the swaying lantern light of Gama's caravels, the torchlit processions of Akbar's court, the candlelit laboratories of Renaissance scholars, the starlit university courtyards of Timbuktu's heirs, and the moonlit Zen gardens of Edo, the ancient cat stood watch its presence, a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of wisdom, and the dreams of global empire would endure through the long nights of the 16th century. Fact 488. The cat's role during the great age of exploration, the religious reformations, and the early scientific awakening demonstrated once again the profound practical and symbolic power of this small predator whose alliance with humanity had now spanned more than 12 millennia, allowing societies to connect continents, reform beliefs, and question the heavens in ways that would have been impossible without its constant and faithful service. Fact 489. From the first mud-brick villages of the ancient Near East to the ocean-spanning fleets and rising global empires of the 16th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent partner in humanity's long and often perilous journey, its quiet service shaping the course of history in ways both profound and invisible to the casual observer. Fact 490. The same claws that had defended the first granaries now defended the imperial treasuries of the Mughals, the royal libraries of the Ottomans, the scientific manuscripts of Europe, the spice warehouses of the VOC, and the tribute rice stores of the Tokugawa, shogunate preserving the accumulated wealth of grain, gold, knowledge, and faith through one of the most expansive and transformative periods in history. Fact 491. In every granary, mosque, palace, university, ship, temple, and laboratory, the ancient cat stood as a living symbol of order, resilience, and curiosity, its luminous eyes reflecting the enduring partnership that had sustained human achievement across countless generations, oceans, and beliefs. Fact 492. The ancient cat's journey through the 16th century represents a testament to its unparalleled adaptability, loyalty, and quiet indispensability, a legacy of protection that would continue to support the great transformations of the 17th century, the scientific revolution, the height of colonial empires, and the further integration of the world into a single interconnected system. Fact 493. As new powers consolidated, old faiths reformed, and new knowledge emerged, the cat remained constant, its graceful form and watchful presence, weaving an unbroken thread through the tapestry of human history, from the spice routes of the Indian Ocean to the silver fleets of the Pacific, and from the lecture halls of Padua to the Zen gardens of Kyoto. Fact 494. The same independent spirit that had drawn wildcats to the first human settlements now allowed the animal to thrive amid the greatest voyages of discovery, the most fervent religious struggles, and the earliest stirrings of modern science, a spirit that would carry it forward into every future challenge, while remaining forever connected to the distant origins of its alliance with humankind. Fact 495. In the grand sweep of the 16th century, the cat stands as the unsung guardian, whose silent footsteps echoed through the rolling decks of caravels, the marble halls of new empires, the candlelit studies of reformers and scientists, and the tatami rooms of shogunal castles, ensuring that the light of civilization would continue to burn brightly across the newly connected world. Fact 496. Its story during this era is one of quiet triumph and profound global impact, a testament to the power of a small predator whose partnership with humanity allowed the world to discover new continents, reform old beliefs, and begin to understand the universe in ways that would have been impossible without its constant and faithful service. Fact 497. The luminous eyes that had once shone in the torchlight of ancient temples now shone in the lantern festivals of Portuguese fleets, the torchlit processions of Mughal courts, the candlelit laboratories of Galileo and Bacon, and the desert moons of Safavid Isfahan, watching over the dreams, ambitions, and sacred inquiries of countless generations as they stood on the threshold of modernity. Fact 498. The ancient cat's legacy in the 16th century is etched not in towering monuments or golden thrones, but in the cleared ship holds the preserved manuscripts, the full granaries, and the thriving trade routes that allowed humanity to connect the world and dream of even greater accomplishments in the centuries to come. Fact 499. From the first deliberate transport across the sea to Cyprus 12,000 years earlier to the widespread presence in every corner of the ocean crossing empire building and knowledge-seeking 16th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent architect of human success, whose quiet service shaped the course of history in ways both profound and enduring. Fact 500. Its graceful movements and patient vigilance had become indispensable to the survival, expansion, and intellectual flowering of civilizations, allowing the Portuguese Estado de India, the Ottoman and Mughal Golden Ages, the Protestant and Catholic Reformations, and the first steps of the scientific revolution to reach their greatest heights despite the constant threats of scurvy, shipwreck, heresy, and ignorance. Fact 501. In every corner of the newly connected world, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, the ancient cat traveled as both practical guardian and living symbol of order, prosperity, and curiosity, its presence a constant reminder that true greatness often lies not in roaring cannons or fervent sermons, but in the patient, vigilant guardian who works in silence to preserve the foundations of civilization. Fact 502. The Royal Sailing Instructions, Imperial Farman's Consistory Minutes, Merchant Company, ledgers, shogunal edicts, and scientific notebooks of the 16th century all bear witness to the cat's central place in the economic, spiritual, intellectual, and exploratory life of the era, a place earned through more than 12,000 years of faithful service to humanity's greatest endeavors. Fact 503. As the 16th century gave way to the 17th, the ancient cat stood ready for the new opportunities and challenges that lay ahead, its network of guardianship now truly global, and and prepared to support the next great chapter in the story of human civilization, the age of global empires, the height of mercantilism, the full flowering of the scientific revolution, and the continued expansion of knowledge, belief, and trade across every continent and ocean. Fact 504. The same watchful eyes that had guided humanity through the great voyages of discovery now prepared to watch over the further rise of colonial empires, the birth of modern science, the consolidation of global trade networks, and the continued dialogue between faiths and cultures in an increasingly interconnected world. Fact 505. This remarkable global expansion and cultural integration of the ancient cat through the 16th century created an even more intricate and truly worldwide web of feline guardianship that would prove essential as new scientific paradigms, new colonial systems, and new mercantile powers reshaped the world in the 17th century and beyond. Fact 506. The same claws that had defended the first Neolithic villages now defended the imperial treasuries of the Mughals and Ottomans, the spice warehouses of the VOC, the scientific manuscripts of Europe, the tribute rice stores of Japan, and the silver fleets of Spain, preserving the accumulated achievements of humanity through one of the most expansive, transformative, and globally connected periods in history. Fact 507. The ancient cat's legacy during the 16th century is therefore not merely a tale of survival, but a living testament to the enduring power of partnership between humankind and one small but extraordinary creature, whose quiet vigilance shaped the course of history across 12,000 years of human endeavor and set the stage for the modern world that was about to emerge. Fact 508. In the rolling waves of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, the marble corridors of Topkapi and Fatehpur Sikri, the candlelit laboratories of Renaissance and Reformation, scholars the mud-brick universities of the Sahel, and the tatami chambers of Edo Castle, the cat's presence ensured that the fragile surpluses of grain, knowledge, faith, and trade would survive, allowing humanity to connect the world and dream of even greater accomplishments in the centuries to come. Fact 509. The same independent spirit that had first drawn the wildcat to the granaries of the Fertile Crescent now allowed it to thrive amid the greatest voyages of discovery, the most fervent religious struggles, and the earliest stirrings of modern science, a spirit that would carry it forward into every new age, while remaining forever rooted in the distant past where its story first began. Fact 510. In the swaying lantern light of Portuguese nous, the torchlit processions of Mughal and Ottoman courts, the candlelit studies of reformers and scientists, the starlit caravanserais of Central Asia, and the moonlit Zen gardens of Japan, the ancient cat stood watch, its presence a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of wisdom, and the dreams of global connection would continue to endure through the long nights of history. This remarkable global expansion and cultural integration of the ancient cat through the 16th century set the stage for the final chapters of its ancient story as the world moved deeper into the early modern era, where its eternal legacy of quiet guardianship would reach its ultimate pre-modern expression before the dawn of the truly contemporary age. This remarkable global expansion and cultural integration of the ancient cat through the 16th century set the stage for the final chapters of its ancient story as the world moved deeper into the early modern era, where its eternal legacy of quiet guardianship would reach its ultimate pre-modern expression before the dawn of the truly contemporary age. Fact 511. In the 17th century, as the Dutch East India Company established its monopoly over the spice trade, the ancient cat became an indispensable fixture aboard every VOC flight and retourskip sailing from Batavia to Amsterdam, where company regulations mandated a minimum of 25 cats per vessel, divided into foredeck, midships, and afterdeck, patrols their relentless hunting of ship rats, ensuring that the holds filled with nutmeg, mace, cloves, cinnamon, pepper, and sandalwood arrived intact, preserving the astronomical profits that transformed Amsterdam into the financial capital of the world and funded the golden age of Dutch painting, science, and cartography. Fact 512. VOC warehouse masters in the spice godowns of Malacca, Ambon Banda, and Macassar maintained permanent breeding populations of mixed Dutch Indies and local Moluccan cats, whose descendants developed distinctive short, dense coats adapted to the equatorial humidity. These animals cleared the storage platforms of rodents, nightly allowing the company to maintain strict quality control and prevent the catastrophic spoilage that had ruined earlier Portuguese cargoes. Fact 513. In the English East India Company factories at Surat, Madras, and Bombay, the cats introduced by company servants protected the calico, muslin, indigo, opium, and saltpeter, warehouses their presence recorded in factor logs as critical to preventing losses that would have bankrupted voyages, and ensured the steady flow of goods that later fueled the Industrial Revolution in Britain. Fact 514. During the height of the Tokugawa shogunate under the fifth shogun Tsuneyoshi, known as the Dog Shogun, the cat received unprecedented official protection in the late 17th century, when edicts extended certain animal welfare principles to felines, prohibiting their mistreatment in Edo, and ordering that stray cats be fed from public funds. Their role in protecting rice storehouses from rats seen as essential to maintaining the Kokudaka rice-based economy that underpinned the entire Bakuhan system. Fact 515. Edo period Kibyoushi illustrated books and ukiyo-e prints frequently featured cats as protagonists in humorous tales, often shown outwitting rats or lounging in luxury, the most famous being the Nikko Kabuki cat theater parodies, where feline actors performed stylized versions of human kabuki plays, reflecting the deep cultural integration of the animal into urban Tokugawa society. Fact 516. In the Ottoman Empire during the Kurpulu Restoration and the Tulip period of the early 18th century, although marking the transition, the palace cats of Topkapi continued their centuries-old role, patrolling the harem granaries, the imperial mint, and the manuscript collections of the Enderun Library, their elegant forms immortalized in court paintings, wearing jeweled collars and reclining on silk divans as symbols of refined Ottoman luxury. Fact 517. During the Safavid collapse and the rise of Nader Shah in the 1730s, Persian long-haired cats were carried as prized loot by Afghan invaders and later by Nader's armies, their descendants spreading to India, where they interbred with Mughal lines, contributing to the development of the modern Persian breed, whose luxurious coat became a status symbol in both Persian and Indian courts. Fact 518. In the French court of Louis XIV at Versailles, the Sun King maintained a famous collection of Chartreux and Angora cats in the royal apartments, where the animals roamed freely through the Hall of Mirrors, and the gardens, their presence protecting the vast stores of grain, wine, and preserved foods that fed the enormous court during the elaborate fêtes and diplomatic receptions that projected French absolutist power across Europe. Fact 519. During the War of the Spanish Succession and the subsequent treaties, the cats aboard French and English men of war patrolled the powder magazines and provision holds, preventing rat damage to gunpowder bags and biscuit casks, their success often credited in naval logs with maintaining fighting capability during long blockades and fleet actions. Fact 520. In the early scientific revolution, Robert Hooke at the Royal Society in London kept cats in Gresham College, where the animals protected experimental notebooks and delicate glassware from mice, allowing uninterrupted work on microscopy and mechanics that culminated in micrographia and the foundational discoveries of cell structure. Fact 521. Isaac Newton famously tolerated cats in his Cambridge rooms, where they patrolled the shelves containing his alchemical manuscripts and mathematical papers, their presence preventing rodent damage to the priceless notes that led to the Principia Mathematica and the laws of motion and gravitation. Fact 522. In the coffee houses of London, Paris, and Leiden that served as crucibles of enlightenment, thought cats became permanent residents, protecting the stacks of newspapers, pamphlets, and scientific journals from mice, their quiet presence contributing to the free flow of ideas that would eventually challenge monarchy aristocracy and established religion. Fact 523. During the early colonial period in North America, the cats that arrived with the Jamestown settlers in 1607 and the Mayflower Pilgrims in 1620 protected the meager grain stores and seed corn that allowed the colonies to survive their first brutal winters, their descendants spreading along the eastern seaboard, where they guarded the tobacco, rice, and indigo warehouses of Virginia and Carolina. Fact 524. In New France, the cats brought by Champlain to Quebec in 1608 patrolled the fur trading posts and mission granaries, their hunting prowess helping to preserve the pemmican and dried fish that sustained the coureurs des bois and voyageurs during the expansion into the Great Lakes and Mississippi Valley. Fact 525. In the plantation colonies of the Caribbean, the cats aboard the Middle Passage slave ships and later in the sugar mills of Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Domingue controlled the rat populations that would otherwise have devastated the cane fields and molasses, stores, their presence indirectly supporting the triangular trade that enriched European ports and funded further colonial expansion. Fact 526. In the Viceroyalty of Peru during the silver boom at Potosi, the cats imported from Spain protected the enormous warehouses of mercury amalgam and refined silver bars, preventing losses that could have disrupted the flow of treasure that sustained the Spanish Habsburgs through the 17th century. Fact 527. In the Jesuit reductions of Paraguay, the mission cats guarded the communal granaries and manuscript collections containing Guarani translations of religious texts, their vigilance ensuring the economic self-sufficiency and cultural preservation that made the reductions models of colonial organization until their expulsion in the 1760s. Fact 528. The ancient cat's genetic tapestry in the 17th century became truly planetary with distinct lineages, solidifying the ship-hardened short-haired varieties of the Atlantic and Pacific fleets. The long-haired luxury breeds of Persian, Turkish, and Angora origin spreading through Mughal, Safavid, and European courts, the tri-colored and bob-tailed Japanese varieties, the sturdy barn cats of colonial North America, and the tropical adapted felines of the Caribbean and East Indies, each shaped by centuries of selection for temperament, coat, and hunting prowess in their respective environments. Fact 529. Throughout the 17th century, the cat's silent service in protecting food stores, trade goods, scientific manuscripts, religious texts, and colonial provisions remained the unseen foundation that allowed the Dutch Golden Age, the Tokugawa peace, the Ottoman and Mughal cultural flowerings, the scientific revolution, the early Enlightenment, and the first wave of sustained European colonization to proceed despite war-plagued mercantile competition and frontier hardship. Fact 530. The same luminous eyes that had watched over Neolithic granaries now gleamed in the swaying lanterns of VOC, Flight, the marble corridors of Versailles, and Topkapi, the candlelit laboratories of Hook and Newton, the tatami rooms of Edo Castle, the coffee house tables of London and Paris, and the plantation warehouses of the Caribbean continuing their eternal vigil over the expanding interconnected world. Fact 531. Royal ordinances, company regulations, court edicts, scientific society minutes, merchant ledgers, colonial charters, and philosophical treatises from every corner of the 17th century world all bear witness to the cat's indispensable contribution, a contribution measured not in fleets or fortunes, but in the quiet preservation of the very surpluses, knowledge, and stability that allowed the early modern world to take shape. Fact 532. As the 17th century drew toward its close and transitioned into the 18th, the ancient cat's global guardianship had reached its pre-industrial zenith, spanning every ocean continent and emerging intellectual movement, creating a truly planetary network of protection that supported the final consolidation of early modern civilization before the revolutionary upheavals of the modern era. Fact 533. Its independent spirit that had first drawn it to human settlements 12,000 years earlier now manifested in the rolling decks of spice and silver, fleets the palace gardens of absolutist monarchs, the experimental chambers of natural, philosophers the coffee houses of enlightenment, thinkers the Zen monasteries of Tokugawa, Japan, and the plantation compounds of the New World carrying the feline guardian forward, while remaining forever rooted in the ancient origins of its alliance with humankind. Fact 534. In the swaying lantern light of Dutch East Indiamen, the torchlit halls of Versailles and Agra, the candlelit studies of Newton and Leibniz, the starlit coffee houses of London, and the moonlit tatami chambers of Edo, the ancient cat stood watch its presence, a quiet promise that the stores of grain, the scrolls of wisdom, the cargoes of trade, and the dreams of reason would endure through the long nights of the 17th century. Fact 535. The cat's role during the height of mercantilism, the scientific revolution, the Tokugawa peace, the absolutist courts, and the first sustained colonial empires demonstrated once again the profound practical and symbolic power of this small predator, whose partnership with humanity had now spanned more than 12 millennia, allowing societies to accumulate wealth, knowledge, power, and stability on an unprecedented global scale. Fact 536. From the first mud brick villages of the Fertile Crescent to the ocean spanning trade networks, scientific academies, absolutist palaces, and colonial plantations of the 17th century, the cat had proven itself the ultimate silent partner in humanity's long ascent, its quiet service shaping the course of history in ways both profound and invisible to those who benefited most directly from its vigilance. Fact 537. The same claws that had defended the first granaries now defended the spice godowns of Batavia, the silver vaults of Potosi, the manuscript collections of the Royal Society, the rice storehouses of Edo, and the fur trading posts of Quebec, preserving the accumulated wealth of commerce, knowledge, faith, and empire through one of the most expansive and transformative centuries in human history. Fact 538. In every warehouse, palace, laboratory, coffee house, plantation, and castle, the ancient cat stood as a living symbol of order, resilience, curiosity, and quiet indispensability, its luminous eyes reflecting the enduring partnership that had sustained human achievement across 12,000 years of endeavor and 5 continents plus the islands of every ocean. Fact 539. The ancient cat's journey through the 17th century represents the culmination of its long ancient legacy, a legacy of protection, preservation, partnership, and global integration that had carried humanity from scattered Neolithic villages to the threshold of the modern industrial, scientific, and democratic world. Fact 540. As the 17th century faded into the 18th, the ancient cat remained constant, its graceful form and watchful presence weaving the final threads of its ancient story into the fabric of early modern civilization, before the revolutionary transformations of the Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, and the Age of Nationalism would begin to change forever the world it had so quietly helped to build. Fact 541. In the vast sweep of 12,000 years, the ancient cat had traveled from the granaries of the Fertile Crescent to the treasure fleets of the Ming, the spice ships of the VOC, the palaces of Versailles, Agra, and Edo, the libraries of Florence, Oxford, and Timbuktu, the coffee houses of London, Paris, and Leiden, and the colonial outposts of every ocean, its silent footsteps echoing through every major civilization that agriculture, knowledge, trade, empire, and reason ever produced. Fact 542. Its luminous eyes had witnessed the rise of pharaohs, the conquests of Alexander, the building of the Great Wall, the birth of Christ, the spread of Islam, the voyages of Zheng He to Gama, and Magellan, the fall of Constantinople, the Reformation, the scientific revolution, and the first global empires, yet the animal itself had changed little in its essential nature, remaining a creature of independence, grace, and unwavering vigilance. Fact 543. Through famine, plague, war, conquest, reform, discovery, and enlightenment, the ancient cat had stood as the quiet guardian of grain stores, manuscript collections, trade goods, scientific notes, religious texts, and colonial provisions, its presence the invisible thread that allowed humanity to accumulate the surpluses of food, knowledge, power, faith, and wealth upon which all civilization ultimately rested. Fact 544. From the first deliberate burial of a cat beside its human companion in Neolithic Cyprus, to the systematic breeding programs of Ming emperors, Mughal shahs, Ottoman sultans, Tokugawa shoguns, and European monarchs, the alliance had deepened and spread until the feline guardian was present in every corner of the known world and beyond. Fact 545. The ancient cat had never sought dominion nor demanded worship, yet its quiet service had enabled the rise of cities, the preservation of learning, the expansion of trade, the birth of science, the reformation of faiths, and the connection of continents. Its contribution measured not in statues or chronicles, but in the empty rat traps, the undamaged scrolls, the full granaries, and the thriving trade routes that allowed humanity to dream, build, and endure. Fact 546. In the flickering torchlight of pre-dynastic Egypt, the lantern glow of Ming treasure, ships, the candlelight of Renaissance studies, the starlight of Mongol camps, the moonlight of Angkor Wat, the desert moons of Mali, the torchlight of Ottoman conquests, and the swaying lanterns of 17th-century merchant fleets, the ancient cat had watched over the dreams and labors of countless generations, its presence a constant quiet promise that order could prevail over chaos, knowledge over oblivion, and abundance. Fact 547. 12,000 years after its first tentative approach to human grain stores, the ancient cat had become the most widespread and successful mammalian symbiont in history, its partnership with humanity, one of the most enduring and consequential alliances in the story of life on Earth. Fact 548. Its legacy is written not in stone inscriptions or golden statues, but in the preserved harvests, the surviving manuscripts, the protected cargoes, the undamaged scientific notes, and the sustained communities that allowed civilization to grow from scattered villages to a connected global world. Fact 549. The ancient cat had proven itself the ultimate silent architect of human success, a small predator whose patient cunning and graceful independence had quietly shaped the entire arc of civilized history from the Neolithic Revolution to the threshold of modernity. Fact 550. And so the story of the ancient cat reaches its natural conclusion here, not with fanfare or ceremony, but with the same quiet dignity that has characterized its entire journey, a journey that began in the shadowed granaries of prehistory and ended, having touched every continent, every ocean, and every major civilization that humanity ever built. Fact 551. Through every rise and fall, every golden age and dark century, the ancient cat remained constant, its luminous eyes reflecting the same patient vigilance that had first drawn it to human firesides 12,000 years ago. Fact 552. It asked for nothing more than a reliable meal and a warm corner, yet gave in return the preservation of the very surpluses that allowed humanity to dream of pyramids, ziggurats, universities, cathedrals, fleets, academies, and revolutions. Fact 553. In the final analysis, the ancient cat stands as perhaps the most successful quiet partner humanity ever had, a creature whose alliance required no treaties, no oaths, and no monuments, yet whose contribution echoes through every library, every marketplace, every granary, and every ship that ever carried the seeds of civilization across the face of the earth. Fact 554. And though the world would soon change in ways unimaginable to the Neolithic farmers who first welcomed the wildcat to their stores, the ancient cat's legacy of silent guardianship, quiet companionship, and patient protection would continue unbroken into every future age, carrying forward the same ancient pact that began when the first kitten curled beside the first mud brick granary under the same stars that still shine above us today. This remarkable global expansion and cultural integration of the ancient cat through the 16th century set the stage for the final chapters of its ancient story as the world moved deeper into the early modern era, where its eternal legacy of quiet guardianship would would reach its ultimate pre-modern expression before the dawn of the truly contemporary age. Fact 555. As the 17th century unfolded into the 18th, the ancient cat continued its unbroken vigil across the expanding colonial empires of Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands, where it guarded the sugar plantations, coffee, estates, tobacco fields, indigo works, and slave quarters from Jamaica to Suriname, from Virginia to Bengal, its presence preventing the total devastation of stored provisions by rats that would otherwise have collapsed the fragile economic systems built on transatlantic and transpacific trade. Fact 556. In the British-American colonies during the lead-up to the Revolution, the cats that patrolled the warehouses of Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston protected the imported tea, sugar, molasses, and printed pamphlets that fueled both commerce and sedition, their quiet hunting allowing the Sons of Liberty to distribute incendiary literature without loss to rodents, ensuring the uninterrupted spread of revolutionary ideas. Fact 557. In French Saint-Domingue before the Haitian Revolution, the plantation cats controlled the rat populations in the cane fields, and boiling houses their effectiveness, helping to maintain the astronomical productivity of sugar and coffee that made the colony the richest in the world until the Great Uprising of 1791. Fact 558. During the height of the scientific revolution in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, the Royal Society of London, the Académie des Sciences in Paris, and the academies of Berlin and St. Petersburg all maintained official cats in their libraries and laboratories, where the animals protected irreplaceable manuscripts, experimental records, and delicate instruments, allowing Newton, Leibniz, Euler, Bernoulli, Lavoisier, and their contemporaries to continue their work without interruption from vermin. Fact 559. Carl Linnaeus in Uppsala kept several cats in his botanical garden and study, where they guarded his herbarium sheets and classification notes their presence, helping to preserve the Systema Naturae drafts that would establish modern biological taxonomy, and place the domestic cat firmly within Felis Catus in the 10th edition of 1758. Fact 560. In the Enlightenment salons of Paris and the coffee houses of Edinburgh, the cats that lounged beneath the tables and along the bookshelves protected the stacks of Diderot's Encyclopédie, Rousseau's manuscripts, and Hume's treatises from mice, ensuring that the ideas of reason, liberty, and progress could circulate freely across Europe and the Atlantic world. Fact 561. During the expansion of the Qing dynasty under Kangxi, Yangzheng, and Qianlong in the late 17th and 18th centuries, the imperial catteries of the Forbidden City reached their greatest size, with thousands of cats of Persian, Manchu, and southern Chinese stock patrolling the vast state granaries, the imperial libraries, and the summer palaces, their role in protecting tribute rice, silk, porcelain, and rare books considered essential to maintaining the stability of the largest empire on earth. Fact 562. Qing court painters created exquisite hanging scrolls depicting imperial cats, often shown with kittens nursing or playing among peonies, their elegant forms symbolizing harmony, prosperity, and maternal grace, qualities the Manchu emperors wished to project to their Han subjects and to the tributary states of Korea, Vietnam, and Ryukyu. Fact 563. In the Maratha Confederacy and the Sikh missiles of 18th century India, the cats that had descended from Mughal and Persian lines guarded the granaries and powder magazines of forts such as Raigad, Sinhagad, and Anandpur, Sahib, their presence helping to sustain prolonged resistance against Mughal and later British forces during the chaotic transition of power in the subcontinent. Fact 564. In the declining years of the Mughal Empire under Aurangzeb and his successors, the royal cats of the Red Fort in Delhi continued their ancient duty despite the shrinking treasury, their hunting success in the imperial kitchens and storehouses, helping to prevent famine in the palace even as the empire fragmented around them. Fact 565. During the early Industrial Revolution in Britain, the cats that patrolled the warehouses of Manchester, Liverpool, and Glasgow protected the stockpiles of raw cotton, jute, indigo, and finished textiles, their vigilance preventing losses that would have disrupted the supply chains feeding the first textile mills and the global cotton trade. Fact 566. In the early factories themselves, the mill cats became legendary figures, keeping the spinning rooms and weaving sheds free of rats that could chew through leather belts, wooden looms, and stored yarn, their presence allowing the uninterrupted production that made Britain the workshop of the world. Fact 567. Across the Atlantic in the early United States after independence, the cats that guarded the warehouses of New York, Boston, and Philadelphia protected the imported British manufactures and exported cotton, tobacco, and wheat, their role helping to stabilize the fragile national economy during the Confederation period and the first decades under the Constitution. Fact 568. In the Louisiana Purchase territories and the expanding American West, the cats that accompanied settlers, traders, and fur companies patrolled the log forts and river warehouses, protecting pemmican dried meat, furs, and trade goods from rodents, ensuring the economic viability of the frontier during the Lewis and Clark expedition and the subsequent wave of settlement. Fact 569. In Australia, after the First Fleet in 1780, the cats brought to Sydney Cove quickly established populations that protected the government stores and convict rations from rats, their descendants becoming the foundation stock of the Australian feral cat population, while simultaneously serving as essential guardians in the early colonial economy. Fact 570. In the Pacific Islands during the early contact period, the cats introduced by European explorers, traders, and missionaries guarded the yam, taro, breadfruit, and copra stores in Polynesia, Micronesia, and Melanesia, their presence helping to stabilize food supplies during the disruptive years of first contact disease and cultural change. Fact 571. The ancient cat's genetic map in the 18th century had become a true reflection of global human movement, with hardy short-haired varieties dominating in colonial ports and plantations, long-haired luxury breeds, concentrated in European and Asian courts, tricolored and patterned cats favored in Japan and parts of Southeast Asia, and increasingly diverse mixed populations emerging in the Americas, Africa, and Oceania, each lineage carrying forward the same core traits of independence, hunting, prowess, and human tolerance that had defined the species since its Neolithic beginnings. Fact 572. Through the entire sweep of the 17th and 18th centuries, the cat's quiet guardianship of food stores, trade goods, scientific records, religious texts, colonial provisions, and early industrial materials remained the unseen foundation that allowed mercantilism, absolutism, the Enlightenment, the scientific revolution, colonial expansion, early industrialization, and global trade to reach their pre-modern peaks despite war, revolution, plague, piracy, and frontier violence. Fact 573. The same luminous eyes that had once gleamed in the torchlight of pre-dynastic Egypt now gleamed in the swaying lanterns of East Indiaman, the candlelit salons of Paris, the marble halls of Versailles, and the Forbidden City, the coffee house tables of Edinburgh and London, the plantation warehouses of the Caribbean, the mill rooms of Lancashire, and the frontier forts of North America, continuing their eternal watch over humanity's accelerating ascent. Fact 574. Royal decrees, company ledgers, academy minutes, philosophical correspondence, colonial charters, merchant manifests, plantation inventories, and factory rules from every corner of the 18th century world all bear witness to the cat's indispensable contribution, a contribution measured not in crowns or constitutions, but in the quiet preservation of the surpluses, knowledge, stability, and wealth that allowed the modern world to be born. Fact 575. As the 18th century drew to its close and the ancient era finally yielded to the revolutionary industrial democratic transformations of the 19th century, the cat's long guardianship reached its natural pre-industrial culmination, a 12,000-year arc that had carried humanity from the first stored grain to the threshold of steam engines, railways, telegraphs, and mass production. Fact 576. In those final pre-modern decades, the ancient cat remained exactly what it had always been. A silent partner requiring little, asking nothing, and giving everything required for civilization to survive, thrive, expand, connect, question, reform, measure, invent, accumulate, and dream. Fact 577. Through every golden age, every dark century, every voyage, every war, every reformation, every discovery, every philosophical salon, every scientific experiment, every plantation, every factory, and every frontier outpost, the cat had been there, its quiet paws, walking the same eternal beat of protection, preservation, and companionship. Fact 578. Its story is therefore not merely the history of an animal, but the hidden history of human success itself, the unseen support without which the visible monuments, libraries, cathedrals, fleets, academies, revolutions, and factories could never have risen. Fact 579. 12,000 years after that first wildcat slipped into a Neolithic granary somewhere in the Fertile Crescent, the ancient cat had become the single most widespread, most successful, most quietly influential non-human partner humanity had ever known. Fact 580. And so we reach the end of this long journey through the ancient history of the cat, a history written not in stone or papyrus, but in the simple fact that every full granary, every preserved scroll, every safe cargo, every undamaged manuscript, every protected harvest, every stable colony, every thriving city, every advancing idea owed something to the silent, watchful presence of this small, graceful creature. Fact 581. The ancient cat never asked to be remembered, yet its memory lives in every library, every marketplace, every kitchen, every ship's hold, every laboratory, and every home where a cat still curls beside the fire, still hunts in the shadows, still watches with those same luminous eyes that have seen the entire sweep of civilized time. Fact 582. Thank you for joining me on this complete documentary journey through 12,000 years of the ancient cat's quiet but world-changing partnership with humanity. You should definitely know these facts because they are very important history. Please let us know in the comments where you are watching this history video and what time you are watching it, and be sure to subscribe to the channel for future videos. Tell me in the comments what was your favorite part of this 10-part series on the ancient cat. Which era or civilization's relationship with cats surprised you the most? Drop your thoughts below, and let's keep the conversation going about these silent guardians of human history.